This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I awake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up, my boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes here so ratchet, these niggas here so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash, take this job, shove it up your area. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shit, mother. Man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and/or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad sound.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, though? What's popping, y'all? What's happening? What's good? Welcome home to everybody in the neighborhood to another great episode of Breaking the Beats. Y'all already know what we're going to do. We're going to break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you and I feel like squeezing into those letters. Y'all already know what it is. It's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We're going to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough, right? Turn these headphones up, though. Turn these headphones up. Y'all drop your area code in the chat. Let me see who's here early. Search Senior, what up? I see you. What the drop say? What did my drop say? Man, this is going to be a good show, man. I got a lot of questions. I already got a poll in the chat. Want to get you guys to take this poll in the chat as you pull up. Y'all see the title? Too Little, Too Late? Or did boxing fans need this? Also, you can feel free to put it in the chat as well. But I want to know, is it too little, too late? Or did boxing fans need this? Did they need this apology from Wilder? Because I didn't hear no apology. Didn't hear the apology. I'm going to put this statement up on the screen and we're going to read along with it together. Didn't hear an apology. He just said, well, and this is his second time, so I got to give him credit. This is his second time doing it, but we still haven't heard anything about the gloves and the glove gate. I'm going to play this clip as well tonight from Sugar Hill doing an interview on Coach Malachi Williams' channel. And, yeah, he was plainly asked about the court case. Is it still going to court or not? And he said, you don't know nothing about no damn case. I don't know why I'm blue as hell right here. Let me go. Let me make myself orange. There we go. Yeah. He said he don't know nothing about no court case. But Carolina stand up. He said, anyone that believes in prayer, pray for my uncle and my family. All love to everyone. God bless you, brother. I hope everything is all right. Hope everything get all right. Only Fools Gamer 20 said, he said, respect to be respected. Absolutely, 100. I couldn't agree more. Only Fools Gamer 27. I couldn't agree more. But let me look at this check. Shout out to my guy Eclipse. I see he's out here. What's up, Nick Tilquist? He's here. That guy Eclipse 3330 is here. You already know what we're gonna do. I'll drop the link. I'm gonna open the phone lines up. Let me go and put that phone line up early. I want you guys to call in and tell me what you think. Gotta get this phone line popping early. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm gonna let y'all say what you need to say, because I feel like this is kind of going I'm gonna go a little left with this, but I'm gonna say it. These are some of the questions that I had, and I'll read them out. We'll go through them and I'll read them out. One, was this too little, too late? Because he didn't apologize for anything, right? As far as calling him a cheater and nothing. Is it too little, too late? Are fans making too much of the long count? Another question I had. Is this taking away from how great the fight was? When fans start complaining about the long count, are y'all taking away from how great this fight was? How my audio sound? Make sure my audio's right. Check 1, check 2. Yeah, it's good. Just sound muffled sometimes. I have it over the hat. All right. Are fans making too much of the lawn count? And is that taken away from the fight as a whole? I think so. But we'll talk about it. Deontay Wilder tweet. Does that mean Glovegate is officially over? Does it mean Glovegate is officially over? We're going to talk about it. Win, lose, or draw, many fans are calling for a fourth fight. Would you buy a fourth fight? Would you buy a fourth fight? Many people, celebrities, fans, are calling for a fourth fight. So I'm going to ask you guys that later on too. We'll put that in the chat. Shout out to NWO Police. Nope. Shout out to you. What up? Another question I had. Why is Caleb Plant sparring with Shawn Porter? What the hell does Caleb Plant get out of sparring with Shawn Porter? And what is Shawn Porter getting from that when he faces Terrence Crawford? Caleb Plant is not a southpaw last time I checked, right? Bud's a switch hitter. Caleb Plant, Shawn Porter doesn't hit like Canelo. I don't know what Shawn Porter is getting, Caleb Plant is getting out of doing rounds with Shawn Porter, but we'll talk about it. So those are the questions. I got the first one in the chat right now. I'm going to drop the link. And if you want to give me your take on this, I'll be more than open ears. Love to hear what the YouTube community is thinking. A lot of times I see you guys on other shows and in other panels and other chats, and we might talk in the chat, but never can really join in like that. So the phone number is out if you want to call in, and I'll take the first call right now. 347, you're online. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sound like you're standing right here.
Okay, cool. This is Big Steve again from the Bronx. What's up, my brother?
What's good, my G? Hey, man. Good to hear you again. You're a regular now.
Yeah, I'm calling in, man. I'm calling in. I'm enjoying the show. Watching you, especially since it was the Wilder coverage of the fight. But I wanted to just say this, man. People talk about a fourth fight. You can talk about a fourth fight, fifth fight, sixth fight, seventh fight. It's going to be the same result if that brother does not learn how to box. You know, that's it. I was just watching something on YouTube where what's his name offered to train him, Floyd Mayweather. I believe he should have went in that direction and got trained by Mayweather. The brother he didn't show any defensive skills against Tyson Fury. He was just standing there like a punching bag. Fury was able to break through all of his defenses. He does not have a jab. He doesn't move. He can't, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee, like Ali would say. He has no flow in his legs. The brother is sheer power. And that's my brother. I love him. But I'll tell you the truth. I believe he's going to keep getting beat up until he learns how to box. But I also believe that if he gets an awesome trainer, which can train him correctly, he'll be unstoppable. And that's what we need to see from our brother, man. He needs to get in there and really get someone who can train him and give him some technique, both offensively and defensively, so he can use that awesome power to be the champion that I know he can be.
Is it too
late to train him
right now? Like, because he's in his mid-30s, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
He's in his mid-30s. Can you do that now, in your opinion?
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Mid-30s are not that bad. He's still got a few good years left in there, man. If he gets down with a serious trainer, somebody that can give him some technique, and he gets serious, he puts the girls away, he puts the partying away, he stops the twerking and all this bull crap online and get in that gym. Because he's in his mid-30s, but guess what didn't go nowhere? His power. He still has that blow that can break bones in a opponent's face. So he just has to learn how to control that power and let it out when he wants to let it out. He has to learn how to control it. He has to have some technique, some people that can teach him technique so that he can, begin to win some fights, man, against this Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury cannot beat Deontay Wilder. It's impossible. There's no way. He was not prepared.
You mean Deontay Wilder can't beat Tyson Fury?
I'm sorry?
You mean Wilder can't beat Fury is what you mean?
No, I mean Tyson Fury cannot beat Deontay Wilder. The problem is Deontay Wilder doesn't know how to use his power as it comes out manifested as boxing skills. He has no real boxing skills. Deontay, let me tell you,
Fury
Wilder
just beat
will
Wilder
break
twice, though, bro.
Tyson
So that
Fury.
don't make sense to me. You say he can't beat him. He just beat him twice. Some people say he beat him
He
three
did.
times.
He beat him twice. Okay, listen. He will beat him again 4 and 5 times, 6 times. If Wilder stays the way he is, if Wilder gets a trainer and he gets serious, get somebody like, he should have went with Mayweather. I believe if Mayweather would have trained Wilder, we would have saw a whole different thing, man. A whole different. I think Wilder would have put that boy on the floor so fast it wouldn't have been funny. Tyson Fury is a big airbag. He's an airbag. He can't mess with Deontay Wilder, man. But just the Wilder, he doesn't have any boxing technique. That's what's wrong with him. If you look at the fight, you see his arms up the whole time. And Tyson Fury is just going through that.
Okay.
Just going through it, like breaking through his defenses. You don't see him bobbing and weaving any of those haymakers Tyson Fury was throwing at him. He had no defensive technique. Started out good with a jab to the midsection. We saw some of that. No real footwork, no dancing, no jumping around the ring, maneuvering, none of that. None of that. He has sheer power, but no boxing skills. You put Floyd Mayweather as a trainer with Deontay Wilder, and I guarantee you, in another fight against Tyson Fury, he will mop the floor with Tyson Fury. If he doesn't go with Mayweather or someone who can train him, we're going to get the same results. Guaranteed. All right, my brother. I just wanted to call in and say that, man.
You're good. I appreciate the call. Somebody in the chat said style makes fights. Fury has Wilder's number. Like when I interviewed Tay Jones, Tay Jones was telling me, I don't know if you can still see me on the screen, but he said they got this thing they was doing with Wilder where he said you can watch all the tapes. Whenever Deontay had his arms extended like this, Tyson Fury never engaged. So part of the game plan was for him to, they called that alert, right? Where he, that I guess that was the code word they had for it. So, or where he would have his arm extended out like this, but he wasn't doing it. He did it a couple times early, but after that,
right, exactly.
He supposed to, off of that, he's supposed to jab to the body.
He admittedly left the game plan. He admittedly left the game plan. That's what he said after in the post-fight interviews. He left the game plan, and what he tried to do was rely on his sheer power. I think also he left the game plan because he was fatigued. You could see he was fatigued in the fight. Yeah, so this is a sign maybe that he just didn't train or what have you, but he needs to get serious. He gets somebody like Floyd Mayweather in his corner, and he will mop the floor with Tyson Fury. Fury can't mess with Wilder if he's trained correctly. I believe that. The only way I want to see a 4 fight is if he's training with Floyd Mayweather or somebody just as good. That's the only way I want to see a 4 fight. If not, we're going to pay for the same thing over and over again. You know what I mean?
But
all right, my brother, let me get out of here, man.
Boxing match. It was a good fight, but I appreciate you, my brother.
All right, peace and love, man.
Absolutely. Hell of a call. Good caller. Good caller. Hey, look, yeah, man. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I'm not here to tell you what's right, what's wrong. I'm here to give you my take and hear your take. The show is more about being a wrong banner right there. Wrong banner. That was last night's show. Yeah, this show is more about trying to be a vehicle for you guys to get your bars off. And state what you feel about this. I got a poll in the chat right now asking you guys, is it too little, too late? Because some people still wanted him to hear him say Deontay won fair and square. Tyson Fury did accept Deontay's apology. So he did accept his apology. Well, not apology. He accepted, he just said best trilogy ever. He didn't say nothing negative. 2607, you on the line. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, yo, man, what's good, man? It's Jerron, man. What's good?
Jerron again. Not Jerron again.
Hey,
my guy. What up, G's?
Hey, yo, man, I'm a hard, like I tell you, I'm hardcore boxing fan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wilder is still young in boxing, man. God didn't start fighting until he's 21 years old, man. Come on, man. You weren't born you come out born out of the womb. Fury is more seasoned. Fury is the best heavyweight. And Main Stewart told you, made this a prophecy, that these two was gonna fight and they was gonna have a trilogy. Come on, man. He see talent. Only thing Wilder got to do is stick with Malik Scott, because Malik Scott got a brilliant mind. I could see what he was doing in that fight. what he was doing was he was gonna go to the body, and when Fury was gonna try to counter him, he was disguising his right hand. That's how he knocked him down in the 4th round. I know boxing. I mean, watching this jump he had a brilliant game plan, but once he got hit on that side that he got the dent in, you know what I'm saying? His equilibrium went off. He wasn't tired. He wasn't tired till towards the end. He might not even been tired. It was his equilibrium, man. When you get punched and get dropped, you get buzzed. So, and it's hard to recover from that. It's heavyweights, man. They're heavyweights. So, only thing, I'm gonna tell you what Wilder need to do. Only thing Wilder, because people say he ain't got no defense. He don't need no defense.
What?
His right hand is his defense.
What
He don't need no defense.
You what?
Listen to what I'm telling you. His offense is his defense. Nobody has got the balls except Fury to run up on that right hand. That's the only person that's gonna do it. Come on now, we watch. If you watch boxing, come on, man, guys, ain't the heavyweight division, ain't nobody cut in the division like them two. Nobody. Wilder would be everybody else in the division. Period. Point blank. Because they ain't gonna be able to take that right hand, man. Trust me. People think, oh, they exposed Wilder. They ain't exposed Wilder, man. Style make fights. You hear me? Style make fights. People say, I told you.
You think Wilder can still beat all those other guys?
Huh?
You think
he gonna come out and win the heavyweight championship? He gonna come out and win the heavyweight championship because he's young. And come on, man. This guy got determination, man. He told you what he was trying to do. He went out on his shield. That's integrity. Heart.
Yeah, because he could have quit on his stool a lot of times, and people would have been like, "We get it."
Listen.
Excuse D said I got. Hold on. Excuse D said I got to put a case on you.
What?
He said I got to put a case on you. That was that drop.
He finna come back in. Look, don't get me wrong. Every fights like that take a little something out of you. He ain't never really took no punishment like that, man. I've seen fighters take way worse, man. Come on, man. Fighters back in the days, man. Come on, man. These two fighters right here could have fought in any era because of their heart. You know what I'm saying?
I think so too, man. Like, but this wasn't boxing. Like, I agree with everybody. This was a damn fight. Fury was trying to box. Wilder threw all that shit out and said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go for what got me here."
Listen, this right here won't no TV. This won't no TV beef, man. This is real beef, okay? But also, you got to realize these guys, they know each other. Wilder told Fury when Fury was not boxing, doing drugs, he told him to get his fat ass. He keeps FaceTime. He told him to get his fat ass off the couch, man, and come back and fight.
I thought they had a pact too. Like, hey, look, we gonna freeze. I thought they had a pact going too. Where, like, look, low key, Joshua, like we gonna
Fury life, man.
Like, I remember when Fury came in the ring, he had the suit on. He was like, "Come on, let's go right now." But he was super out of weight. But it was entertaining. It was right after one of Wilder's big wins, and I was like, "Oh, I watched this shit." I thought Fury was kind of corny, and Wilder was gonna wash him. But I was down to see it.
Go ahead.
Oh no, that's it. I was down to see it. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I thought Wilder was gonna win the first time.
When Fury came back, Wilder went to his fight, man. I'm telling you, Fury was probably never gonna box again. Wilder got him to come back and fight. Listen, man, I follow boxing hard. I've been watching boxing since I was 5 years old, and I'll be 46 next month. I can tell you 9 times out of 10 when a fighter gonna win the fight. Style make fights, man. They don't, in boxing, man, you got it. There's 3 things you got to have in boxing. That's heart, chin, and will.
Yeah, man. Both of these guys
you got them
down,
3,
man.
you work on your skills, and then when he come back, he gonna be better than ever. Because once Malik Scott finished with Deontay Wilder, he's gonna come out and be heavyweight championship again. He's gonna come out and win the heavyweight championship again. I guarantee you. I know boxing. They don't make guys in boxing like this now. Listen to me. They don't make guys like this with the will and the determination you got. They don't make guys like that, man. I watch boxing. There are only a few of them in boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? that got will like that. But Wilder's willing to go out on his shield. He don't want the towel thrown no matter what. That's old school throw bite, man. That's old school throw bite. I know this game, man. I just wish I could talk to some of these boxers or trainers because I got a mind for boxing. I pay attention to detail. Wilder, the left hook was there all night long on Fury, man.
Yeah, he ain't got no left hook, man. That left hook was like this.
Nah, but you got to remember this too. You got to remember this too. The reason why he didn't throw his left hook right, Fury's smart. His IQ, man, he got an impeccable IQ, man. Listen, man, he's the number one heavyweight in the world for a reason. Okay? For a reason.
So you got him as
very
number one?
intelligent with it. Huh?
You got Fury as the number one. You got Fury as the number one heavyweight?
There ain't nobody in heavyweight division can beat him.
Just because he beat Wilder? I'm just curious.
No, listen, man. They are the best two heavyweights in boxing, period. Deontay Wilder knock out every other heavyweight. They always gonna give you a little trouble, but he gonna that right hand. Nobody can stand up to that right hand. He gonna get it off because he know how to address that man. He know how to address it, bro. Trust me. Fury is just his IQ, man. The Crunk Gym, man. The Crunk Gym, man. That's legendary. Tommy Hearns, legendary. There are a lot of great fighters come out of the Crunk Gym. He got a very good IQ, bro. Trust me. He got a good IQ. There ain't nobody in the heavyweight division can beat him. Everybody else is gonna get washed.
I got a poll in the chat. Yeah, I got a poll in the chat saying Deontay Wilder congratulates Tyson Fury for victory. Too little, too late, or boxing needed this? What is your say?
Man, when you at war, man, somebody just knocked you out right then. Come on, you got a concussion. You ain't thinking. You ready to just get away. He's been training this the whole entire time. Come on, man. You got to realize, man, fighters, it's different than a fighter, man.
Damn, speaking of fighters,
it's a different mentality, man. There is no friends. When you want to be the best, there is no friends, man. No weakness. The art of war. There is no weakness, bro. To be a fighter, bro. Mentally.
But at that point, the fight is over.
Fight's over. What we need to shake hands for?
I mean, people do it all the time. They good
nah, but you also seen a lot of fighters not shake hands too.
Yeah.
I seen a lot of fighters not shake hands.
Fair enough.
Hey, it is what it is, man. You gave the dude his respect. It don't matter when it was. You know what I'm saying? He knew what he was in. He knew what he was in for, man. He ain't crazy. But he got will and determination. He was willing to die in that ring, man. You don't get fighters like that, bro. You don't get fighters like that right there. That's generational fighters, man. And for him to come into boxing at 21 years old, become the heavyweight champion, and one of only 6 men in the history of the sport to defend the title 10 times, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's a lot,
unheard
bro.
of. Nobody's never done that, period, in boxing history.
What you mean? Oh, to come in that late.
Come in that late and become the heavyweight champion of the world. One person tried it. What's his name tried it? Was the dude that Lennox knocked down in the first round? Michael Grant.
Oh yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah, I'm about to say what happened to
He started late. I forgot what age he was, but he started late too.
Yeah,
everybody was thinking he was
had
the
a hell
next
of a
big
run
thing.
for him to start so late in boxing, bro. Hell of a run.
Man,
Nobody saw that shit coming.
Think about it. I mean, he got enough. Listen, man. Listen what I'm telling y'all. He's gonna become heavyweight championship of the world because Fury probably only gonna fight. Fury probably gonna try to get the undisputed fight
and retire.
And he's gone. Yeah, because he went through, man. Listen, man. When you get hit like he been hit by a puncher, well, come on, man. Punches are boom. Wilder punch power lasts the whole time. If he would have swung, even though in that 11th round, if he'd have swung and hit Fury right, it was night. In that late of the round.
Somebody
You know what
said,
I'm saying? His punching power don't go nowhere.
look, I'm gonna take some more calls
Like
after this.
like Tank.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the phone line back up and take some more calls, man. But you're more than welcome to
Okay,
call back.
buddy.
Somebody said, people claim Fury got all this skill for beating elderly Klitschko and an untalented Wilder, quote air quotes. But forget he got dropped by little ass Cunningham, darn near stopped by Aldo Wallin, and schooled by McDermott.
Listen. When Cunningham was fighting at his peak, a lot of fighters were ducking him, man. I watch boxing, bro. You hear me? You can't mess with me when it comes to this boxing.
What you think of what he said though? Instead of
This
tooting
my
your own
favorite
horn,
sport, huh?
I said you tooting your own horn right now instead of addressing what he said. Respect, with all due respect.
About Fury IQ, man. Fury got a hell of an IQ, man. Listen, man. And these fighters is will, is determination. That's something that's in you, born in you. Listen, he's 6'9", 277. The biggest heavyweight ever. That's why he put on that weight too, because he knew he wouldn't have put on that weight in the last two fights, because he was smaller the first fight. He knew what he. Come on, man. He's smart, bro.
Okay, fair enough.
Give him his credit. Give him his credit. They just gave you a generation of fight. We might not see another fight like this for the next 10 years. We don't know. That's how boxing throw you curveballs a lot, man. Boxing is full of. I can curse or no?
Go ahead, man. Speak your heart. Go ahead.
Boxing's full of bullshit, man. Promoters, they wait 2-3 years. Now, 5 years to have a big fight. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and put them in now when they're young at their best, 25, 26. You know what I'm saying? The great fought. Come on, the era of the 4 Kings, the boys was young. They was 23, 24, 25 years old, man. You know what I'm saying? That's when 25, 20, don't wait till they get mileage on their body and then put them in the big fights. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Right, Pink, Devin, T.O., the boys should be fighting. Ryan Garcia, they should be fighting right now. That's what the greats did. If you want to be great, it don't matter if you lose, man. You learn something from every fight.
Yeah, Tank about to fight
every fight you learn something. Watch what I tell you now. Wilder is going to come back better than we ever seen. The next fight, somebody's in trouble.
All right.
You know, the next fight, he learned a lot in that trilogy with Fury. Because Fury got the highest between him and Usyk. Usyk, he can fight too, but he can't beat Fury, man. He's too small.
Yeah, I gotta let you go though, my brother. Like, we got.
All right, my brother.
Yeah,
Be good though. It was good talking to you, man.
No problem. You're more than welcome to call back. Let me get to this chat.
Oh, you know.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Kyle from the boxing section. What up, my G? Just chopping it up, asking some questions over here in regards to the the congratulations that Tyson Fury received from the Bronze Bomber. I saw something that was out there. It was an article. Let me see if I can find it over here again. It was Shelly Finkel had something to say about the article about Deontay Wilder not congratulating Tyson Fury. I'm gonna try to pull that up over here. But does this mean Glovegate is officially over, guys? Or do we need him to actually apologize? Because this shit has been toxic. It's been separating the whole boxing community more than any other fight that I've known in recent years. Let me see if I can find this clip. But it's Shelly Finkel basically saying, what was it at? I'm gonna try to find it real quick. But Shelly Finkel was saying Wilder understands what's going on and he needed some time and this, that, and the third. Let me see, where is it at? Let's read along. Let me see. Where is it at? Where's Shelly Finkel at? Okay. Anthony Joshua too chinny to beat Alexander Usyk, says Bob Aaron. Bob Aaron said he too chinny. He'll never beat Usyk. We'll see. Is this Tyson Fury reacting? So Tyson Fury did react to the statement. I'll share the screen. to show you, but it wasn't nothing. He just pretty much retweeted it, and he just said greatest trilogy of all time. That's all he did. But he did react to it though. Didn't call him a big dasa or nothing like that, right? 678-381-1938, 678-381-1938 if you want to call, and the numbers on the screen. Also, if you want to join the panel, give me your take on this topic. The link is in the chat. We're asking the boxing community, while they're giving Fury his congratulations, is it what the fans needed, or was it too little too late? Because he still didn't let go of the cheating allegations. Are we still going to court? We interviewed Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill was interviewed by my guy, Coach Malachi Williams. Sugar Hill said he don't know nothing about no damn court case. Go ahead, D-Ray. What you got?
What's happening, marqnash?
What's good, my G? What you got for me?
Hey, yeah, I was just about to say, I didn't think the glove game was over with because of the court case that they were talking about.
Right.
So I think until Wilder says that it's over, that it's still going on, ongoing, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, well, when they talked to Sugar Hill, he had something to say about that. He said he don't know nothing about no subpoena or nothing. Also, I asked him, I said, is it any ongoing case for the gloves in the second fight to the best of your knowledge? And he's going to answer that question. And also, I'm going to play the audio of when I asked him, I said, were the gloves inspected after the second fight? If so, why didn't INSEC just come out and say, we inspected the gloves? There's nothing there. And I think his answer is going to surprise a lot of people. You got the floor. Go ahead. So do you think this congratulations to Tyson Fury was too little too late?
No, I do not think that it's too little too late. And I do also think that boxing needed it, but you know, me, bro, I really don't, I don't even pay no mind, bro. It's on to the next subject for me.
Say that last part again.
I just said, for me, it's between them two, right? So if Fury needed the apology, I'm glad he got it. If Wilder needed to make it, I'm glad he did. I'm on to the next one, bro. I mean, it is what it is. Because really, I want to see if it's solved, bro, until, like, Wilder come out and say, hey, it is what it is and it's over with. You know what I mean? To me, it's still a open case. But Fury is delusional if he's going to call this the greatest trilogy of all time, bro.
Oh, yeah? A lot of people are saying that. Or
I don't give a damn.
Or they got it in their top 5. They got it in their top 10.
Right. And I can respect that. I mean, I'm just saying, now in the moment, yes, it is, a great trilogy, and I'm not taking nothing away from it, but I'm just saying to put it up on to be the greatest trilogy, not even a week after it's over with, I just think is, it has to stand the test of time. But I will say, man, that I do think that it is the greatest trilogy of this century, without no question. Manny Pacquiao included. Go on, marqnash. You doing your thing, bro.
My brother. God bless, y'all.
For sure. Hey, man, so why the switch with the hat, man?
It matches this shirt. The white hat matches it's just it. Nothing special. The white hat matches the yellow and white hoodie. None special. It's already getting chilly here in Atlanta, bro. It's getting chilly already, so yeah. I had to make a store run. It's cold right now.
If you chilly, bro, just imagine what we doing up here, man. Come on, bro.
God bless, though. I appreciate you calling in, D-Ray. You're more than welcome to call back at any time.
Thank you, marqnash. Everybody subscribe, like, and share on all platforms. Peace.
My brother. Shout out to God Body Shawn. I see you, man. God Body Sports. I always say God Body Shawn. That's his name to pop up. But got a dope channel, man. And I got a poll in the chat, and I'm asking you guys this question right here. I'm gonna close that one out, and I'm gonna put another question because I got some questions, man. They are in the description block. Another question I got: are fans making too much of the long count? Are they making too much of the long count? Is that null and void? Like it don't even matter? Or is this like, hey, we still talking about the ref? We still talking about the ref? It got lost, man. Is this taken away from how great the fight was? When you start talking about the long count, are you taking away from how great the event was as a whole, from the undercard all the way up? I mean, you had J-Rock and Edgar Berlanga on the undercard. It's crazy, right? Does the tweet from Wilder mean the glove gate is officially over? I'm gonna play this clip from New Media Today, USA Boxing. He had Sugar Hill over there, and Sugar Hill had this to say.
He says, is it an ongoing case for the gloves in the second fight, to the best of your knowledge?
Is it an ongoing case? Clear. Is it an ongoing case for the gloves in the second fight, to the best of your knowledge?
He said, is it an ongoing case for the gloves in the second fight, to the best of your knowledge? Like, I mean, we're hearing all kind of stuff that they're supposed to be inspecting, and some kind of court case supposed to be coming up about the quote unquote cheating allegations that was brought to the forefront by Deontay Wilder. Is that an ongoing case, to the best of your knowledge?
Not to the best of my knowledge at all. I ain't heard about nobody getting no subpoenas or anything like that.
I ain't heard none about. He said, not to the best of my knowledge. Ain't nobody got no subpoenas or anything. He's gonna keep going. Listen to this.
Not to the best of my knowledge at all. I ain't heard about nobody getting no subpoenas or anything like that.
Okay,
nobody talked to no lawyers about that. Maybe in their court, maybe that's what maybe in their court, somebody's court, not a real court that I know of or heard.
Said, not no real court. He said, ain't nobody talked to Tyson Fury, no lawyer, nobody subpoenaed no gloves. Nothing like that has happened. Nothing like that has happened so far, according to Sugar Hill.
Maybe in their court, somebody's court, no lawyers about that. Maybe in their court, maybe that's what maybe in their court, somebody's court, not a real court that I know of or heard of.
Okay, let me ask you another question. marqnash also says, were the gloves inspected after the second fight? And if so, why didn't INSAC say so?
This is key, because this shocked me. I was under the impression after the fight, they take the gloves off to make sure you still, they see the wraps, make sure the wraps are the same, make sure nothing got out. Man, no, nothing like that happens. Shockingly, but peep this though, it's a twist.
Were the gloves inspected after the second fight?
Yes, sir. Like, this is what I want to ask you. Basically, I think I know what he's talking about. Okay, they say that Tyson Fury cheated. We know he didn't. We know that's a lie. He had egg wakes in his gloves, all that stuff there, right? So now, before the fight, the glove are the gloves inspected? Take us through the chronological order.
He's gonna walk you through it.
When a fighter get his hands wrapped, when a fighter get gloves put on, and when the fight is over with, what happened to the gloves after the fight? That's what take us through that order.
Well, the gloves are inspected. The gloves are inspected before the fight. The hand wraps and the hands are being wrapped before everything's being washed before the fight. Everything's being watched before the fight, and the other team is available for that. Both parties are available. Both parties have access to seeing this, and to and that's just the way it's been. It's been that way for a while. So everything leading up to the fight is watched by both parties, the same as it was for this time. In this past fight, the only difference was the state of Nevada. They cut each glove. They cut a sample glove, a randomly picked sample glove from each of our piles of gloves that we brought in, and did a test on them, broke them down, cut them up, and had them on display for both teams, for our team and for their team to inspect. And after the fight, it doesn't matter.
He said after the fight, it don't matter. Did y'all hear that? All right, just want y'all to know. For the people who thought, like me, that the gloves got inspected after the fight automatically, according to him, he said they don't. He said it don't matter. I didn't know that. Did y'all know that? I didn't know that. Who knew that?
And after the fight, it doesn't matter. I mean, everybody take their own gloves after the fight. And they've been inspected before the fight. They've been in the hands of the commission all the way from inspecting the gloves the day of the weigh-in until being put on at the fight. Easy as that.
So let me ask you a question.
So Nick said you have to inspect before, during the fight, and after the very simple process. Really, well, yeah, they ain't checking during the fight. He said they inspect before the fight, and the commission holds the gloves. Then they give you the gloves, you put them on and all that stuff, and they sign off on it, and you can't take them off. You got to go to the bathroom. Somebody got to hold it for you. That's what Sugar Hill is, and what we're hearing here. Let's go.
So when the fight is over with in the ring, do they check the gloves again to make sure there's no egg wakes in there?
Nope. Watch this.
No.
Gloves again.
So that's where the confusion comes at with people, because they saying they wasn't checked after the fight, and I didn't know that. But
so let me ask you a question. So when the fight is over with in the ring, do they check the gloves again to make sure there's no egg wakes in there?
No.
Okay. So
do they at that time? No, I don't know if they do that. Every state has a different. Every state has different bylaws. I'm not sure if everybody knows that, but yeah, every state has different laws governing their combat. So yeah, in Nevada, they didn't do that. A lot of states don't inspect that after the fight. They've been watching it the whole time. So yeah.
The reason why I say that is because
he about to, Coach Malachi is gonna point out the obvious. Let's go, Coach.
I'm finna tell you, I'm giving you tomorrow's headlines today.
Let's go,
the reason why I say that is because I'm finna tell you, I'm giving you tomorrow's headlines today. The new narrative is going to be, because these guys who come with these conspiracies, they're watching this video right now. They're watching this video right now, and these guys who come with these conspiracies, they're going to say, proof. Sugar Hill confirmed that Tyson Fury's gloves did not get checked after the second fight in the ring. And then, they're going to have a bunch of low IQ people who suffer from confirmation bias and a victimhood mentality. They're going to take that, twist it, and try to support their narrative. But I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Yo.
Oh, okay, sure.
Listen to what Sugar about to say now.
So listen to this here.
Yes,
Did
sir.
they check Deontay Wilder gloves at the end of the fight?
Did they check Deontay Wilder gloves? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that either. He jumped up them, and they jumped up and left. So
yeah, Deontay Wilder jumped. Yeah, they jumped.
All right, so that's what Sugar Hill had to say about the glove gate. He said it ain't no. He said it ain't no court. Said it ain't no court case that he know about. Nobody's been subpoenaed or anything. King Agent Math, the link is out there in the chat, my brother. If you want to pull up, I'd love to hear your take on this. We're asking a couple questions right here. They are in the description block, but read along with me if you want to know. I got a poll in the chat now. I'm asking you guys. I'm asking you guys a couple questions. First and foremost, Wilder gives congrats to Fury. Is it what boxing fans needed, or is it too little, too late? Does that mean Glovegate is over? I remember talking to Tay Jones, and Tay Jones said it's not over. They still going to court. I got the interview right here from Coach Malachi Williams, and Sugar Hill said ain't nobody talked to him about no court case. Ain't nobody been subpoenaed or nothing.
Where the glove say so?
Ain't nobody.
We're hearing all kinds of
a lot at that position to throw those punches to get used to at that.
My brother marqnash in the chat. He says, is it an ongoing case for the gloves in the second fight, to the best of your knowledge? Like,
is it an ongoing case for the gloves in the second fight, to the best of your knowledge?
I mean, we're hearing all the quote unquote cheating allegations that was brought to the forefront by Deontay Wilder. Is that an ongoing case to the best of your knowledge?
Not to the best of my knowledge at all. I ain't heard about nobody getting no subpoenas or anything like that.
Okay,
nobody talked to no lawyers about that. Maybe in their court, maybe in their court, somebody's court, not Not a real court that I know of or heard of.
Okay, let me.
Nobody's did discovery. And as for those gloves, King HMF, welcome home, welcome back to the neighborhood. How you feel, my G?
You know how I feel as usual. 56 sitting on 56 mil, as we all should feel. Salute to you, King.
Man, it feel good to be home, man. What do you think of the first thing I had on the docket? Boxing needed this from Deontay Wilder, or is it too little, too late?
I think we checked both boxes with that. Let me take that one. I don't think it's never too late to give congratulations. We don't know what was in the hearts and minds of Deontay Wilder at that time. I mean, I just don't. I mean, I saw what I saw, and yes, I'm on record saying, hey, it looked like it was some poor sportsmanship, but nevertheless, as time went on, he congratulated her. Now the question remains: is it too little, too late? That's subjective, objective perspective. I mean, as long as you get it. I mean, you graduate from high school and they don't send you your diploma about 3 weeks later. Is it too late? Now you can still go to college on it, you know. But no, I mean, he gave the man his props due when he felt it was time and ready for it, and he got it. What was the other one? Is it good for boxing? Oh yes.
I said boxing need this, or is it too little, too late? You said it's boxing needed it, but it's never too late. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Definitely for all sports.
But what about the too little part? Is it too little? He didn't say nothing about okay. You beat me fair and square. He didn't say you beat me fair and square this time. He just added like the allegation stuff ain't even out there. It's a whole community out here. Sorry, I'm tightening up this boom. It's a whole community out here in beef, in shambles. People believe what they riding with him. They believe he got cheated. If he no longer believes that, or if does he believe he was cheated in second fight and not this fight? Because it kind of just baffles me, man. Because you still got JDs right there. When you say you fired Mark Breland, it was really, I keep hearing it's because of throwing the towel. It's not because of the water. You get what I'm saying?
I get you. It's kind of like blending one fight to the next. And I'm just going to compartmentalize it. You know, we'll start off with the most recent fight this weekend. He congratulated the man. Was it too late? You know, once again, I'll let other people, you know, give their analysis on that. In my opinion, you got it. You got the congratulations and move on. Now, going back to the second fight, if there is still unresolved issues, let that be that. I feel,
why would it be an unresolved issue from the second fight going into the third, though, my brother?
I get that. That's almost like a conundrum. Now we could definitely say that's a conundrum now because everyone's gonna be scratching their head. Well, if it was all this, that, and the third, you know what I'm saying? Why go on to this next chapter with all that, funk in the air? I get you on that one. I don't have the answer.
Right, when you can get your belt back just by showing XYZ.
Yeah,
you don't have to fight them. You can get your O back on your record. You can get this guy kicked out of the sport. Right?
No, I totally agree. I mean, I understand that was the what was it, the litigation process for the contract. And my move, we would have got that. Okay, they approved. I got to fight him again. So okay, now we got to handle this other thing. So it's set in stone. We have to fight. Well, hold on. What was the conditions of the ruling once they said, okay, you got to fight him? Was it saying, hey, you got to fight him by this date, or they was just saying, hey?
No, they were ruled. Fury had to fight Wilder by a certain date, and Fury got COVID, so the fight got delayed for a few months. But yeah, it was definitely a date. That was the date that they was gonna fight at. The date they gave him, I guess.
Yeah, and Fury didn't honor that date. Then
he got COVID. No, he got COVID.
Well, that to me, that's still he didn't honor that date. You know,
but he can't go in there and fight with COVID. And with COVID protocols, is we in COVID times right now. So nah, and he wasn't the first one. Remember, it happened with Tio, like a couple weeks before, about a month before. Remember Lopez?
Yeah. That one
Same
got
shit.
that.
Same shit.
Yeah.
COVID, and they moved the fight.
Yeah, that was questionable. And then still, I mean, once again, man, me hindsight's 2020, knowing what I know now. No, I wouldn't have. It wouldn't have been a third fight till the second fight was 100%, resolved.
Mm.
Now, is there still things going on from the second fight? You had the Honorable Tay Jones on. We heard what he said. We heard we spoke on. To me, he's an honorable guy. I don't feel like he was up here capping, just hurry up and getting it to it. So until there's evidence that shows that he wasn't being truthful, he's a man of his word, and I'm gonna believe him till something proves otherwise. I mean, is there any documentation saying that that case is resolved? It's nothing else to be said or done.
They say you ignorant, man, talking about like that COVID shit, bro. I'm reading the chat. They said safety first. They said that's kind of ignorant to think they should still be going along with COVID.
Well, that was based on if you want to believe he had COVID or not. So I mean, ignorant people understand ignorance better than I can. So I don't know if I could get that low to really give a rebuttal on what he was saying. But he's entitled to it, or she. It might be a she with a male avatar. I don't know. But once again, they can have that. They can pay their bills with it. But if you believe he had COVID, believe it.
Well, evidently somebody believed him, and they moved the fight though. So
yeah, definitely that.
We kind of went beyond the pale, like when we that's beyond anything. When we was like, well, did he have a date to fight him? We talking about why fight him if you got proof he cheated in the second fight.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Hindsight
went a little off though. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hindsight is 2020. Knowing what I know, know now. No, it wouldn't have been a third fight till that was totally resolved. I probably would have secured. Okay, I do get a fight date with this guy, but that fight date is not going to happen until all the issues of the second. I mean, the third fight date is set in stone, but we're not going to do that third fight until we resolved everything from the second fight.
Yeah, that's how I would do it too, my G. I just don't. I couldn't just. I couldn't see me giving you that leverage because I know you going to the fight making 60-40. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Can't give you that leverage, and I know you did this just to all say like one day I'm gonna take you to court. Man, I don't like that. I don't like it. It just. I still don't see the logic in it. Even when I talked to the good brother Tate, all he could tell me was, my mama brought me up, and Wilder grew up like me. If somebody do something to you, hit you, you get your lip back. And I'm like, yeah, but man, we got rules and regulations. If you're gonna go with the rules and regulations, do it now, like, because that's illegal, right? So it's against the rules. You want to get your lit back, then do the rules and regulations. Like I don't
oh, well, yeah, that I ain't gonna say that was a jab, but I mean that was almost like that.
No, I'm trying to replay. I'm literally trying to set up another poll, and I'm replaying it in my head of the conversation.
Right, but
I'm thinking,
but that was like the nail on the head. What you just said. I mean that resonates with me 1,000,000,000%. What you just said right there. I mean, but remember, in real time, he didn't know really how things were moving. The structure, it was just a bunch of stuff going on. The arbitration, yada yada yada, this, that, and the third. Then the COVID comes into it, and that COVID protocol. How long do we really have it? Is it Delta? Is it COVID? Just so much going on. And I'm not giving excuses. Those are facts. Now, sorting it all out, what was real, what was fake, we don't know. That's why I could say now, in hindsight, looking at all this, I would have secured a fight date, but that fight date wouldn't have happened until we got all this other shit taken care of.
Yeah, man. I just couldn't see me just giving him that leverage, going in there with the 60-40, you the champion. You walking in like, nah. Getting you out the game, baby. You are over. Hey, look, are fans making too much of the long count?
Man, it's strange. Just had that conversation about a few hours ago. Shout out to my peoples down in Texas. And this is what he said. I guess I could quote him. He said, yes, the count was long, but he was up by 8. And at that time, it was all on the ref to make the decision should the fight continue. He said, now, if he was still down on his knees at about the 8 count, then it's more leverage to say, okay, they should, knock out. So,
because here's the thing, all of that stand up, walk to the left, walk to the right, come towards me, man. All of that should be happening after 10 nowadays, man. Like once it's 10, you get it's time to go. Like if you don't have time for me to do all of that shit, no, man, no, because we literally are giving people 12. Look, no disrespect. I ain't trying to make no sides for nobody on this. I'm just saying in general, they didn't do that when I grew up watching boxing.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right. If you didn't have all your faculties together by 10, fuck you. It's a knockout.
Yeah, it ain't no step over here, step over there, walk to me, put your hands up.
Jumping jack.
My G,
what?
He got up at 9, and now you don't gave him walk over there. That's 10. Walk over there.
Hey,
That's
excuse
12.
me for laughing, man. Excuse me for laughing. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, when you think about it, bro, like this ain't got nothing to do with Wild and Fury. This is just something that's on some bullshit anyway. I'm glad you laughing because it would be funny if it wasn't true. In the day and age where we rob people right here in front of the camera, damn near every year somebody getting robbed in boxing. Every other event.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's funny. I have a weird sense of humor, and that's where it's coming. Like, damn, they're actually doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like when motherfucker play a hide go seek and hide in the most obvious spots. So you don't see me, motherfucker. I see your ass. No, that wasn't me. Nigga, it was you. Yeah, so that's kind of like what went on with the Fury thing. Was it a long count? Yes. Was it a justifiable long count? That's where the waters get muddy. People gonna jump in and say they thing, and okay, that's when you just say, okay, let opinions be their opinions and all that.
I got a poll in the chat real quick while I'm waiting for I just want to introduce the chat poll. Are fans making too much of the long count? Yes, that's cap, or no, it was a long count. So go ahead, finish up Asian Math, and after that, Mr. Moore, you got the floor.
Yeah, all I was saying is, to your point, there was a time in the golden era of boxing, what I regret is the golden era of boxing. That was a no-no. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got your shit together by the 10 count. It's a wrap. I think Buster Douglas benefited from that. That was ushering into the 90s. And it really didn't happen too many other times after the Buster Douglas. But now it's just like, man, the rules are so bent now. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
but I digress.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore. I was telling them, I was like, aside from this period, I don't like the fact that even when the guy get up at 8 or 9, we like, walk over here, walk over there, come to me, put your hands up. Okay, now fight. Man, you just gave a 14, 15 count when you're doing all of that. If the guy ain't like, you supposed to have all of that done by 10, man.
Well, see, that's where
we giving 15 counts now.
But that's where people got it confused. It's not a 10-second count. It's a 10 count.
Right.
That means the referee, the rule states, this is the rule states. After the knockdown, the referee must turn and direct the fighter who scores the knockdown to the neutral corner. That takes a couple seconds. Then he must, after he turns around and directs this guy to the neutral corner, he's got to go look at the timekeeper and find out where the count should be. And that's when he starts counting. Whether it's at 4, at 5, at 3, whatever it is, that's when he starts counting. Now there is no seconds to the from 3 to 10 or 4 to 10. There is no time limit. He can get there when he gets there. You see what I'm saying? That's the rule. So it wasn't a long count. The referee did his count. Fury got up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's been the that's what I've been saying leading up into this third fight. I would debate people who he's talking. I say, look, he caught him with the right hand in the first fight, dropped him twice, got up. Caught him in the second fight with the right hand a couple times. He ate it. You got to come with something more than the right hand in the third fight. Right hand ain't gonna be enough. I mean, the guy he needs a gas tank. He needs to learn how to stick to the game plan. But when you get tired, the first thing that goes is what, Mark? What's the first thing that goes when you get tired? Technique. First thing that goes.
Yeah, it's hard to hold them arms up.
Yeah,
it's
your
hard
technique
to keep
goes.
that balance.
That's the first thing that goes is your technique. And as we saw, when he got tired, what did he do? He went back to what he knew best, trying to knock your block off.
And didn't have the energy to do it.
Yo,
Exactly.
Jay,
But
hold on.
I will say this before I finish. I will say this.
I'm sorry,
I gave more respect for Deontay Wilder in this fight than I ever had because Deontay Wilder proved to me that he's a dog. Because he was dog tired after the second round. And that man kept fighting for 11 rounds. He was done. He was dog tired after the second round. And he kept going to the 11 and scored 2 knockdowns.
Most of that punishment he took was because of exhaustion. He couldn't get out the way.
Yeah. Wilder's a dog. I will never question his heart again. His boxing skill, I will question that till Kingdom Come because he ain't got none. But his heart, I will never question that.
Let me let you hold this for me. Oh shit! Damn, that was cold.
Hey,
They say it wasn't true. He ain't got no boxing skill.
Let me read this one real quick. Jason Mizza said, he's talking about what I said about the counts. He said, soon it's going to be, you okay? Walk over here. Walk over there. Sit down. Wait. Take a sip of water. Hold on. Take this towel, wipe your face. Can you continue? Are you sure? All right, box.
Do you know your Google passcode? Let's go through TSA.
What you think of that though, Shelter? I remember they started doing this because guys were getting hurt and getting back into the action too quick. Ref stopped the fight then. Corner throw it in. But they started doing this and making people walk over to see. They want to see how you walk. But look, you can see how he walk as the guy walking back up to him. Or if he don't move. If he don't move and he just like this, like, because sometimes you can see guys be looking for a way out, right?
It's my cell phone. You want to call you?
But here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that, right? We say this now, right? And then one of these guys dies, and the first thing we're gonna say is the ref didn't do his job.
People dying all the time. People still dying, and they doing that. We had the young Mexican sister just passed away after a fight, 18 years old.
Correct.
Truly unfortunate. So it's still happening.
That's true. Yeah, it's gonna happen in boxing. Boxing is an inherently dangerous sport.
Absolutely.
You risk your life every time you step through those ropes.
Right, but you rob guys of
do you want to be the ref
TKO?
Do you want to be that guy where the guy dies on your watch?
But that's the my brother. That's the responsibility you take when you become a referee. You got to stop that fight. Then it's over. You don't send them back in there. You look
but
at
that's
his
the
eyes.
whole point.
Maybe we got to train these referees better.
But that's the whole point. These guys are doing what they think is right. They're not listening to me, you, the fan. They ain't listening to nobody. They're doing what they think is right. If we don't like what they're doing, we need to go take that class and become a ref ourselves. All you gotta do is take class.
Yeah, but we also can. But we don't change anything like that. We can use the power of the people to force change sometimes. Don't you believe?
We've been trying that a long time, brother. Shit ain't work yet.
He was like, bruh, you ain't got to sit on the back of the bus no more. You You ain't got to sit on the back of the bus.
Yeah,
Some things that work.
We got to vote. One thing.
You get to vote.
What's changed since we got the right to vote? Basically
You
nothing.
get to drink out. You can drink out the same water fountain. Your kids can go to.
That was before we got the right to vote, bro. That was before 65.
I'm just naming a list of things.
Yeah. I'm talking about what has changed after 65. I want to know what's changed dramatically after 65. We got the right to vote 65. But
when you say dramatically, what do you mean? That's a loaded word. What do you mean dramatically?
Big change. Like getting the right to vote, going from being just as 2/3 of a person to getting the right to vote was a big deal, right?
Speak on it.
What deal has changed black people since then?
You clipped up. You clipped up. Say it again. You got a lot of background noise, Mr. Moore. Say it again.
I said going from 2/3 of I'm on the freeway. I said going from 2/3 of a person to getting the right to vote was a big deal. What's been on par with that since 1965?
Good question. I'm not a history buff, and I damn sure wasn't born in 65.
Not too much, huh?
So I don't know what happened from 65 to the 80s, my G, because I wasn't born.
Nothing. I can tell you nothing.
What you get right there? I don't know shit. What was going on? I'm not the biggest history buff.
Nothing.
Some things I'm good at.
Ain't nothing changed, bro. Ain't nothing really changed since then. That's the last big step we made was getting the right to vote.
Fair enough. We kind of went a little.
I mean, I'm not a pessimist. I'm just saying sometimes if you look at the history of the country, the power of the people is a little bit overrated.
But it is power in the dollar, though, right? I mean, they get people canceled every day. We in cancel culture. We in that era where you get on this mic and we say we're gonna all do this and we're not gonna support the. Can you roll your window up? Is it the wind? It's not like the wind.
My window's up. I'm on the freeway, bro.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Yeah, but man, I lost my spot. But basically, more or less, like we live in an era of cancel culture where if people get together and say we ain't gonna shop with you no more, people are usually willing to change certain policies. We've seen it happen with NFL. We've seen it happen in Major League Baseball and other sports. We've seen it happen with just entertainers. People get you the hell up out of here. So I think it's something we as fans can do. Just decide what we are and aren't going to put our money behind. But that's my opinion on it. What you got to say?
It'll work if everybody was on the same page, but we're not going to be. That's the problem.
Damn, man. You the glass half empty type guy. He said we just not going to be.
Yeah, but I gotta agree with that.
Think about it. Go ahead, King H Man.
And I was agreeing with you, King. More, I feel I revere myself as a glass half full guy, but yeah, I think that is one of the main factors in. Too many of us are not on the same page. You got too many want to be Willie Lynch. They campaigning for the house nigga position. And they ain't gonna come out and say it, but you know the devil is in the details. You just look and see. You just be observant. Motherfucker, you campaigning for the house nigga position, so you can look outside and say, hey, you know, there's too many motherfuckers like that. So go ahead.
That is a fact, brother. That is a fact. And that's my point. You're gonna have people gonna put the proposal out. They're gonna want to do it this way. People are like, hell no, I don't want to do that. I ain't got no problem with that. I don't like that motherfucker. You know how it is. Just say, look at this situation we had the last 20 months. You have people for Wilder and people against Wilder. Everybody wasn't on the same page because everybody don't think alike. That's just the way it is. Like my grandmama used to say, some things ain't right, some things ain't wrong, some things just are.
Let me go to this chat real quick. Shout out to my guy Retro Boxing and Documentaries, Blood Boxing as well. If you know these YouTube streets, very known, very respected as well, especially by me. He said if we pull 10 fights from any time period, we could find a problem with most of those fights if we sit here and place a time clock on the ref counts. This whole thing is a joke. fucking with blood boxing. He said it's a joke because it's not 10 seconds. I like how Shelton put it best.
He's right. He's right. It's a 10 count. It's not a 10-second count. He's right.
I agree. I agree when you say it like that because you always can find something when you're looking for it with anything. You know, like if you watch football, they always say it's a penalty on every play, right? They say it's just whether the ref catch it or not. So
that's correct. That's correct.
Said I got another poll in the chat. I want to know what you guys think of this. Does Wilder's tweet means Glovegate is officially over? He's giving this man his credit. I think this is the second time. The first one might have been an IG post. This one is a tweet. Does this mean it's officially over? King Asian Math, you got the floor. Shelter more, please. King Asian Math, tell me what you think. Is it over?
Once again, Glovegate would always be attached to the second match, Wilder Fury Part 2. Always, we go hand to hand. It's like the Rumble in the Jungle, Ali Frazier. Glovegate would always be attached to that. Now, is it over in the whole dynamics of it? We heard there's a court case, and we heard there isn't a court case. Time will reveal. But Glovegate would always be attached to that second fight.
Shelter Moore, what's your take on that? Is Glovegate always going to be attached to that second fight, in your opinion?
Oh, yeah. It's always going to be mentioned. It's going to be attached. It's part of it. That was the big sticking point. So, yeah, it's always going to be attached to that fight no matter what happens.
Is that unfair to Tyson Fury's victory, in your opinion, and what we saw?
No.
Because nothing happened.
He
didn't go to jail.
No, it's not. Doesn't do anything to taint his victory. What?
Some fanboy shit is what you saying. Some motherfuckers who sitting around and just can't accept the fact that they got lost is what you saying.
Look, man. I deal in reality and absolutes. What does BoxRec say about it?
You chopped up. Say that again.
I said, what does BoxRec say about that fight? Who does BoxRec say won that fight?
Tyson Fury, TKO.
Then that's it. They're not gonna change it in the record books. He won the fight. Period.
Go ahead, King Asian Man.
Well, once again, if there's going to be a serious litigation going on, time will reveal. It might be erased. It might be monumental, historic. They go back, erase it. It's going to be strange because now what are we going to make of the third fight?
Yeah, cause that don't make sense, man. Cause
it's almost like
make sense that would happen. Because let me play this from Sugar Hill one more time.
The quote unquote cheating allegations that was brought to the forefront by Deontay Wilder. Is that an ongoing case to the best of your knowledge?
Not to the best of my knowledge at all. I ain't heard about nobody getting no subpoenas or anything like that.
Okay,
nobody talked to no lawyers about that. Maybe in their court, maybe that's what maybe in their court, somebody's court. Not a real court that I know of or heard of.
Okay, let me ask you another question. marqnash also says
Shelton Moore, King Asian Man. Let me ask y'all this. Did y'all know that they did not check the gloves after the fight? Because that was new information for me. Looked like it was new information to coach as well. Shelton Moore, King Asian Man, did y'all know they did not or they do not check gloves after the fight?
Yeah. What's the point? Fight's over. They checked the gloves before the fight. They checked the gloves before the fight. So
you knew this.
Everybody, the whole world's watching during the fight. So it's gonna be kind of hard to slip anything in somebody's gloves under all that tape during the fight. So when they check them before the fight, if they're good before the fight, 99.9999% of the time they're good after the fight. Don't need to check them.
King Asian Man, what's your take?
They give them a drug test before and after the fight. So I mean,
they do.
So why not check the equipment in the fight. I'm not gonna say go as far as checking the trunks or the outfit, the ring walk outfit, but as far as the gloves, I see no problem with them checking the gloves. And in that second fight, I feel there is probable cause uh beyond reasonable doubt that
What's the
it
probable
should.
cause, King Asia, man?
We go back. We got what about 40 minutes of footages to go back and look. But just to answer, I mean, I have never seen gloves flop like that. From the size of his hand, it would have to be a real oversized glove to be flopping like how that glove was flopping.
But nobody caught it
Unless
in real time though. Nobody in Deontay camp. Nobody said nothing. The ref wasn't. Nobody said nothing till the
you're right,
next day.
and that's very strange within itself. You're absolutely right.
Commentators didn't say nothing. Like I didn't hear the fans where I was at. Nobody was watching. I just kept saying he's slapping with this one, and he punching with that one. Or like his shit be looking like he's slapping like. But even still though, he's 6'9", almost 300 pounds, bro. You get what I'm saying? You don't.
Yeah. The egg weight part, hey, I don't, if they felt like it was egg weights in there, they definitely should have, subpoenaed those gloves. We got to get those gloves back. Get a warrant, go get them mugs, and we got to see what's up with.
Yeah, but by this time, those gloves been sterilized and probably put in a metal frame. Anything that might have had fragments of metal, that could have the evidence has been contaminated. You can't do nothing with that no more.
No, I'm talking about during that reasonable amount of time.
Yeah,
no,
but I'm talking about they saying we still going to court.
Once again, we don't know what evidence is that they have. He wasn't transparent with that. We was on the live together, and all I could right now, it was just his word.
Yeah,
and I give that credit to every man and to every person until they prove otherwise. That's what they said, and they standing on. Okay, then that's what it is, and time will reveal.
Reggie, what's up, man? Reggie, man, what you think of this? Is Glovegate officially over, Reggie? Let me know. I got this clip right here. I was playing from Coach Malachi Williams' show. It's called New Media Today USA Boxing. And Sugar Hill said, man, ain't no damn Glovegate. But also, we found out for the first time that we don't check gloves after the fight. I didn't know that. I thought they do that. I thought you need to take those gloves off. You give it to the commission look at them again. But at that point, if the pattern is shifted, the pattern been shifted. I've been punching a person all day. I don't know what else you can do at that point. Now, granted, if pattern's been taken out, you can find like a little hole or some way. Like, but when did they have time to do that? So it's just a lot of things got to happen. And everybody got to be in on it, in my opinion, King Asia, man.
Oh yeah. It got to be. It's suspicions on both sides. Reggie, if you could hear me, man, click the link, fam. Please join the panel. No, I agree with you 100%. It will have to be some type of conspiracy on both halves, because someone should have said some. They're experts on both sides. They're professionals on both sides, as far as the trainers and the teams. And if Wilder camp felt like it was something funny going on, someone should have caught it.
Yeah, man. Look, I ain't with that calling people liars. I'm just telling you this. I haven't seen proof that the gloves were bad. I've seen what you guys saw. I've seen videos of it looking funny in the light. You get what I'm saying? But that ain't enough proof. Like, you got to get the gloves. Like, you got to do something. And like, I don't know. Like, what it's. You can see a lot of things when you slow. Somebody put in the chat. He was like, when you slow. What was it at? He was like, when you slow things down, you see all kind of shit that your blind eye would never see, which is true. But that's the problem here. That's how we got here. And I was like, this shit technically, to keep it a stack, keep it 1,000. Glovegate Glovegate was over when nothing was proven before the trilogy. I said that too, my G. I said at that point is over. At that point is over to me, because if you got anything, he said give him 3 minutes. Yeah, because he said please, actually, Reggie. So you can't do him like that. He actually said please. So he said give him 3 minutes, King Agent Man. He putting his son down. I know that feeling. So at the end of the day, man, I just feel like gotta hold people accountable. I don't like the fact where
to the forefront by Deontay Wilder. Is that an ongoing case to the best of your knowledge?
Sugar Hill asking him, is it an ongoing case to the best of your knowledge?
Not to the best of my knowledge at all. I ain't heard about nobody getting no subpoenas or anything like that.
Okay,
nobody talks to no lawyers about that. Maybe in their court, maybe that's what maybe in their court, somebody's court, not a real court that I know of or heard of.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Martin.
Oh, King Asian Mav, did you answer that part? Did you guys know that they don't check the gloves after the fight? I didn't know that, Asian Mav. Did you?
No, I didn't. I was under. I was just under the belief that they would. Like I say, they check. Your blood sample, not your blood sample, but they check your sample. I was just stretching that, hey, that they would also check the gloves as well. Check the wrapping, make sure nothing funny in the wrapping and all that. And I get King Moore's point. They checked them before versus after. If you checked it before, it should be cool. But the cameras went off, so there was a lack of transparency on the before.
Still people in the room though, right? From your team,
JD. No, the camera was off. We don't
JD's
know what went on.
Right?
What was what was JD's comments on that?
I never heard him say. That's the crazy part. I never heard JD say nothing.
You see what I'm saying?
No, he should have been the one that came out saying yes, it was something up, and I missed it, or like, you get what I'm saying? Like, and then you put the same guy back in there for the third fight. You're gonna wait till after you fight him and still go forward with the second thing. Yo, man, that shit is awkward to me. Reggie Owens joins the panel. Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens. Dope ass channel, dope ass individual. I appreciate you taking the time and energy, Reggie, to pull up. How you feel, my G?
What's up, my brothers, man? Doing good, feeling good.
Hey, man, welcome to the neighborhood, man. Shit, man. Give me your take on this. I saw what you put in the chat, but I'd love for you to say it in your own words.
Yeah, as far as the Glovegate.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I thought Glovegate was over months, like a few months after it was brought up. I mean, everything was compelling from the video footage and all that. But when there was nothing else concrete to follow behind that, Glovegate was dead to me from that point forward. And especially when it was the real battle was getting the trilogy pushed forward through arbitration. That was the true battle, because if nothing comes up out of allegations, because everything's allegation without being proven or anything, yeah, people can speculate Fury did this and Fury did that. But even outside the gloves, it wasn't just so much of the gloves. It was really the type of plan Tyson Fury went in there that won him the second fight, along with Wilder having something wrong with him. A lot of people, fans exclusively, look for things when things don't go their way. Throughout all sports, and athletes do the same thing. An athlete searches for why, especially in a highly competitive mano-a-mano sport. Men within the sport are going to always look for reasonings to kind of, play into their head that the guy who defeated them isn't better than them. Something else occurred, and Wilder, having such close access, he's true to his fan base. I think he brought into a lot of that stuff. I think he brought into way too much of it. And it's just a bunch of fans, because you even look at now in the stir fight, same fans digging for bullshit. And I think that Glovegate shit was over probably 3 or 4 months after it was brought up and nothing could be proven from it. But that's my thoughts on that.
Eloquently said, my brother. Go ahead, King Asian Mouth.
I just want to ask the same question you asked me. What do you feel Glovegate would always be attached to that second fight?
Nah, that shit did, man. It just makes people look even worse because even without it, you see the results that come into the third fight. I think it did more damage than anything. And then the fact that yesterday, listening to the interview, was that I think he had Sugar Hill on there, and when the fight was over, nobody asked to go review those gloves. So it just makes it look worse. It just makes things look worse. It just makes things look like people are being bitter about stuff. And the result looked the same. It just looked like the same result, and it won't be attached. Nah, I think those gloves have high value. If Tyson Fury was to do that NFT thing for them gloves, he will receive a ton of money from an auction for those gloves. Those gloves are very valuable, but I don't think Glovegate is attached to him. That myth is dead in the damn water. It's along with all the other stuff that was accusations involved, because at this point you got to have something. You got to have something to back up along with all those allegations. Something ought to be able to be presented that proves the theory right.
Well, the other day, we had the Honorable Tay Jones in the neighborhood. Was you able to go back and listen to the replay and hear what he had to say regarding what we're speaking on?
No, I was listening. Which part you talking about?
I'll let marqnash set it up. He was the host.
I cut that whole clip up for the most part by itself, and because he was here for like 2 hours solid. Then he left. I think he pulled up on another show, I believe. Then he came back and stayed for a couple more hours. So, but I can't remember everything from the second part. But that first part, he jumped right into it. I think he get right into it within the first 3 minutes. He just said, how Aston was wild to being a sore loser. And he said, for some people, technically the fight is over, but them motherfuckers still going to court. And
I heard about the court thing.
Yeah. And that kind of shocked a lot of people, like myself included, that hold up, y'all still going to court for the second fight? And and then I found out as well, he's one of the first ones that brought it up. Because I said, when did you first and the team first know about Glovegate? He said about 6 a.m. Somebody sent him something. And I was like, so you started Glovegate. You get what I'm saying? Like, wow. So I was joking, but that's what he just said it's on camera. So check it out though. It's a candid interview. I asked him a lot of tough questions, but I definitely was shocked at some of his answers and how candidly he was answering some of that. But I was answering what people were saying. I want to hear what he said. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate him not running from it. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. No, I was there when you had him on. Yeah, I was watching it.
Go ahead. I'm about to put this other poll up in the chat. Even though Tyson Fury clearly won this fight, many are saying, hey, this wasn't a boxing match. This was a great fight. And they want to see it again. Would you guys be willing to see this fight again? Because of the excitement, if they have a good, like this undercard was stacked, right? Probably one of the best undercards of the year, if not the last couple years. What do you guys think of seeing this fight again? I'll put that poll in the chat, but I'd love to hear what you guys got to say. You got the floor.
Yeah, well, shout out to the undercard. First off, it lived up to the hype. I felt that J-Rock could have performed a little bit better, but that's another topic for another day. But still, it was a good matchup, good fight, entertaining fight. Yeah, the undercard, top to bottom, good. Would I want to see a fourth fight? Not right away. I want to see something else out of Wilder. I want to see his footwork definitely gets better. The best way I could describe it in that fight, he had on cinder blocks with toothpicks stuck in them, and it showed. It took 11 rounds for it to for it to collapse, but nevertheless it did. And I don't want to see Wilder using that same technique against a Fury, unless Fury techniques his skill set diminishes a lot. Then okay, but now Wilder has to go back to the drawing board and really devise a well thought out plan, and also be able to execute it better than what he have in all three of these fights.
What you think, Reg?
Man.
Would you see another fight?
Man, Asia kind of hit that shit right on the head for me, man. I would have to see improvements from Deontay Wilder defensively, and mainly through tune-up fights to gear him towards this. Because to me, I think just with where he's at, skill-wise, and where Tyson Fury's at, the results are going to always be the same. If you throw him in the ring 10 times, I know everybody looks for a knockout. It's going to end up the same way. That guy's going to continuously get up from Wilder's punch. Wilder's punch knocks out possibly every single other heavyweight. Tyson Fury will always get up if the work ain't put in there. If you ain't doing anything to break this guy down, he's going to get up from whatever the punch is. It has to be the work. And also, you got to protect yourself from him hitting you. He can't hit you flush. And without Deontay Wilder's defensive mindset, without a defensive mindset from Wilder, he's going to always get hit with these big punches. And all it takes is to be honest, the fight, Wilder has these 2 fights. Even in the 3rd fight, he rocked Wilder. It takes just one punch from Tyson Fury to destabilize Deontay Wilder. He was destabilized in this fight from one punch. And like he even stated, like I was hearing Tay Jones stated that he never regained his equilibrium. He was just fighting out there on pure heart and will. But he has to protect himself because people was repeating this shit with Wilder saying he's pillow fisted. Wilder's a fighter and competitive, but you got to understand athletes and kind of, shift through a lot of, what is being spoken. And not everything can be taken heed to, because no way in the world, if you're watching Tyson Fury and his work, that he is a pillow-fisted guy, and especially that he didn't change his tactics. This is a Fury who walks forward. This ain't a Fury who boxing you, which he can. This is a Fury who's utilizing that weight, moving forward, and putting big heavy leather up on these cats. And what he was doing with Wilder doing that high guard type defense, not moving his head or anything, Fury was sweeping across there with hooks. When Fury's throwing a couple of those hooks weren't always meant to hit Wilder with him. It was to knock down that defense that Wilder had up there. And then there's a hook coming around to the other side. He just figured Wilder out. And that defense was just too elementary for somebody like Tyson Fury. And that's what caused Tyson Fury to say, I'm going to walk forward at him. Not so much a Wilder starting to back up at that point. It was just Fury's like, I got this guy. This defense is nothing. I'm knocking through it. I'm walking forward. And even if I don't want to swing the hook to knock the high guard down, I'm gonna go to the body. And that's why Fury went to the body at points. He's fighting in the mid range. He knew what he can get. So Wilder has to tune up on defense. The offense, he can get that, but his legs have to be there. And then also Wilder needs a full medical evaluation. Need to find out that this fight didn't alter anything. It definitely changed something in Wilder. A lot of what abilities people think he can improve on, those abilities may be gone from this fight and along with that second one. But that's my thoughts on that.
Yes, Reggie. I was just about to say that. All of that, he can still knock out all of these guys. That was him at about 205, 215. He like 230, 240, 238 now. When in this fight walking in. Come on, my G. Like, that's a different. And so that's a guy who hadn't been knocked out or knocked down. Now he's been knocked down. What? 1, 2. How many times did he get dropped in this fight? 3 or 4?
Think about 4.
3.
3 times.
Okay, so now he's been dropped, 5 times, but it's taking a lot of shots from a guy who almost 7 feet tall, almost 300 pounds. He might just have his number. It might have his number on speed dial. Troy Graham joins the panel. What up, my G?
Yeah, good morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
What up?
Hey, what up, Troy?
What's up, Troy?
All right. Well, I guess I could jump in here. You gotta tell me how I sound, man, because every time I come in, I'm either loud or something.
You just sound lethargic, man. Don't talk to me while you laying in the bed, homie. Sit up.
Nah, I just woke up.
Yeah, but sit up though. Don't be talking to me laying down in the bed. Get up.
Yeah.
Sit up a little.
Now you said something about having a 4th fight, Mark.
Yeah, man. I hear a lot of celebrities saying that's the fight they want to see again. We hearing people on YouTube saying they'll see it again. I'm asking my audience, would you guys want to see it again?
You know, they don't care about his health. There's no need for a fourth fight. For what? There's no
He's a prize
improvement.
fighter. He's a
No,
prize fighter.
oh, yeah, he's a prize fighter. He go fight somebody else. There's no need for a fourth fight with this man because the outcome will just be the same. He'll just be getting more damage done to him. There's no need for that. Look, Fury has his number, and I watched the fight over again. That first punch he knocked him down with, that was on the side of your head. That's a temple shot.
Started with an uppercut.
You know, it was he caught him in the temple and dropped him,
Had him with an
and it
uppercut
was
too, though.
and it was a boom. It was boom. It had some noise. You don't want to keep, because look, any damage that you don't see now will pop up 5, 10 years from now. You know, to be very truthful, Deontay Wilder is why I do the thing over there with Ring 10. To be honest with you, and I'm not trying to promote anything, but that's why I do what I do. Because he got damaged in that fight. He got damaged. Anytime you finish on your face and you can't catch yourself, then you got some damage to you.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, you can't see it right now, but if he fights Fury again, it'll be the same outcome. Whoever he fights next, watch his movement, and watch how he reacts to things, and that'll answer your question as far as should he fight again or keep fighting. He's not the same fighter no more. You could tell by his energy, you could tell by anything. He's not the same fighter, he's not the same person. No.
Well, let me do this real quick. Shout out to the super chat. Shout out to my guy Nicholas Tilquist. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But shout out to Bands on Bands too for the super chat. Really appreciate it. God knows we need it. Helping keep the lights on. And got a little fun with this though. Thank you so much. Let me run this one for the $2.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Appreciate you, Bands on Bands. Thank you so much. But with that said, man, at the end of the day, it was like a 5-punch combo. Fury is a better inside fighter than people give him credit for. They think he just leans on people. But he doesn't just lean on you. Like he threw some nice short uppercuts in there, popped the head up, came with a pop. He threw Wilder off with that. Wilder was not expecting that. He didn't just lean on Wilder in there. Nah, man, he was hitting with some combos, some little short uppercuts, right on, and kept popping them with it. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, and also you could tell by body language when they walked in the ring. Wilder was tight. That's why he got tired so fast. He was tight. And on second, he came in too heavy because his whole career was built on timing and speed. So when you add all this muscle to you, that takes away a lot of your speed. And the truth is, as a fighter, you should know your own self better than the trainer knows you and anybody else knows you. So, you should know better than to put on X amount of weight, because that's not going to help you. It's going to take away from you. Right? Because in the first fight, even though he claimed he was sick, he wasn't tired in the last round, was he? No, he wasn't. He was still knocking Fury down, right? And he was what, 210 then or something, 212, something like that, right?
Yeah, he was better. Yeah, I think he was faster. You get what I'm saying?
That's my point. Speed and timing.
But I don't think the weight was bad. I think the placement of the weight was bad. I think the weightlifting and the placement of that weight was bad. 238 was a good weight, especially with the style and strength that Fury was coming in there. You're going to have to be able to get this guy up off of you. Because I think regardless of the size difference, I think Fury's footwork is much better than Wilder's. He'll always be able to catch up and cut him off. Wilder needed more of that strength towards the lower part of his body. Everything else designed is perfect. He has the upper body strength. The punches are there. He just needed the lower body strength. 238 would have been perfect had it been in the legs. And if the legs were worked on, the base would have been much stronger for him to balance himself and everything else. and that would have helped him keep Fury up off of him. It ain't so much of him needing to lift Fury up from the upper body. The lower body would have helped with that. The lower body would have helped him push Fury up off of him. He didn't have any of that. Still the same legs, just stronger up top.
Yeah, I agree. His mobility was amateurish at best. So he he was just there all day for those shots without, once again, very amateur mobility. Wasn't able to sweep around the ring and use the ring to his advantage. He was just, stationary.
And the left hook was totally absent. Mike from Boston joins the show. What's up, Mike? How you feel?
What's up, man? Yeah, man. I have to say, man, like, I don't know who it was that ever told him to go ahead and do bench presses before the fight. Like, he's the strongest puncher in the division by far. He doesn't need to get any stronger in his upper body. He needed to put on the weight in his legs, like Reggie just said. I feel like whoever was training him did him a disservice by even entertaining that he needed to build his chest muscles up, because he never needed that before at all. I just, that was a huge mistake, man, coming in at that weight.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. Shout out to Royalty. Shout out to the Fight Doctor. I see you, man. What do y'all think of what he had to say? He said the weight. He's still saying it's the weight, right? But Reggie, go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, it is. It is the weight, because people keep thinking that Wilder is this big guy. He's Kevin Garnett. He's just he has that type of frame. If you want to really be good at this, you shouldn't really be over 220 with him, maybe 225. And it should be, as far as your muscle, should be evenly spread out, not all up around your shoulders and everything else, because that's not going to help you. If you got some skinny ass legs, it ain't going to help you.
So should Wilder fire Malik Scott, Reggie Owens? Start with
Hell
Reggie.
no. Malik is perfect for him.
I said Reggie. I said Joey Scott, the fitness and conditioning guy, who got him, because who's doing the shoulders and who's not doing, that's his job.
Man, many of these dudes who are like old school style boxing trainers, many of them don't like this physical strength and conditioning shit that's being brought into the sport. Many of them coming from the track and field world. Many of the boxing trainers, the old school boxing trainers.
That's what Joey does. Joey comes from the track.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them don't like that. A lot of trainers don't like that. But with that, I think it's probably trial and error with a lot of these track guys and what they have to get out of boxers. But I think they live and learn. It's trial and error with someone like Joey who's new to it. But he'll learn now that the weight training they need. Most boxers, I think, tend to stay away from weights. Unless you're moving up down from cruiserweight. I know some cruiserweights may try to put on that type of muscle, but I don't think they're lifting heavy like that. I don't think you go to max out on bench to try to gain that type of strength. But with Wilder, you just have to assess the athlete. Wilder is very, very skinny in the legs, and to be able to carry someone's weight the same way is a squat. To squat, you ain't looking to build up your chest and all that. You're looking to build up the quads and glutes and all that other stuff. You need that. And you need your legs. Just you use your hands in boxing, but your legs are the most important thing that you got. The most important thing Fury got is his legs, and he can swim around that ring. And Floyd, all these great fighters, Ali, all of them, their level of success was determined through their legs. Even explosive power punchers, success was through their legs. And they just gonna have to live and learn if Wilder is the same fighter. Because once again, this fighter, even not just Wilder, that fight took something from Tyson Fury. And I've been saying that's why I like when I heard Malik Scott saying the same thing, because some people think you hating until they got to hear from a fighter or they got to hear from a trainer, because a lot of these fools who think they fought boxing don't know what the hell they talking about. But when they hear it from folks like that, after hearing it repeat 100 times, then they buy into it. Defeat is going to be the most important thing. So, but that's my thoughts on that.
Go. I see somebody was trying to get in. Who was that? Was that Mike? You had something you was trying to add, Mike from Boston?
Yeah, I just was gonna say,
Can you roll your window up? It sounds like you're in the car, Mike.
Yeah, my bad. I'm on the freeway. I'm gonna get off in a second. I just wanted to make this one point. Like when I saw him doing the max bench press like weeks before the fight, I was just thinking, who is advising him to do this? Because I just know my coach back in the day said, I never want to hear of you even doing bench press ever again. Like when I told him I was still benching, because he said that will never help you throw a punch in the boxing ring ever. There's no reason you should be even doing the bench press, because that's not where you're getting your power from. It's from your legs and from your torso. And a guy like Wilder, he already can punch so hard. He doesn't need any more muscles for strength. I mean, it just was clear. I think someone needs to work with him on his his endurance and his training his muscles, in his legs, not working on his upper body doing bench press and shit.
So that was my question. You think he should fire Joey Scott, get a new fitness conditioning coach?
I don't know.
Everything y'all, it's like nobody wanted to say it, but everything y'all describe is the fitness and conditioning guy, whether he comes from the Olympics in track or not. It's not working with this guy.
Yeah, okay.
It's like nobody wanted to say it, but everything you said is not Malik Scott. That's the boxing coach.
No, I think
that's your
Malik
trainer.
Scott is a good. I think Malik Scott overall, I think he's a good fit because I think Wilder listens to him. But yeah, this fitness trainer, man, I get rid of him, man. Just get rid of him. Get someone else, man. Start fresh.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add this part. I don't think the solution to everything is firing people. I don't think that's always the solution. I don't think sometimes it's trial and error. He has to learn from what he did and what not to do, and also be advised from other veteran trainers that are out there. Just know not to hit that bench no more. Because I think they're all working from an amateur standpoint when it comes to what they're doing, what they were doing in there. Malik Scott happens to come in with a wealth of knowledge, being he's a boxer, he's a student of a lot of training, but everything else, JD's relatively amateurish to the boxing game. This trainer, relatively amateurish to the boxing game. He's experienced in the track and field game. So it's just trial and error, and they can pick up from that one. But I don't believe in always having to fire someone unless what the work they're doing is just horrific. And I don't think his conditioning is what caused Wilder to fatigue out. I think Wilder was nervous coming in there because before we got the fight, what people were complaining about in that second fight, they turned the camera off. We never saw a camera coming out of Wilder's corner. And then we get the major delay before we even start this fight, them saying that he didn't have his gloves on yet. So we don't know.
Before this one that Tay Jones told me, he said we didn't even know it was no delay. He said we going by what they telling us when to walk. He said y'all got a 15-minute delay, but for us, we thought we was right on time. Nobody told us we was delayed or nothing like that.
Yeah, they were saying he didn't have gloves on.
Yeah, I don't think you should go about firing anybody but Wilder. He has to fire his mindset where he has to be in control of everything. He has to learn how to humble himself and just listen. Doesn't matter where it doesn't matter where your strength and coach and all that comes from, because to my understanding, this guy has a wealth of experience. So with that on his background, I'm sure he would have.
What other boxers has he worked with other than Wilder?
Okay, Mark. Let me finish, because there was a guy by the name of Holyfield, and he was signed to main events, and there was a bunch of fighters over there. They had a guy that was a strength and conditioning coach. He never worked with a boxer before, ever, and they told him that when he was hired, right? First thing he did was he sat down and talked to Holyfield and asked him, what is his goals? What's he trying to improve? What's he trying to do with his body? And guess what? They started from there and they built this man from the ground up.
Okay, well,
I don't see any difference over here with this man.
But the thing is, did with other boxers, because you said he had a whole lot of experience. That's what I'm asking.
No. He has a whole lot of experience in his field as far as strength and conditioning. You don't have to be in the field of boxing to
I'm
really
just
build
asking
somebody's
about that.
body
No,
up, Mark. What you
look, Troy,
what you have to do
listen,
really
Troy, I'm not trying to belabor the point. All I'm saying, let's keep it moving because I think we're going somewhere else with it. Because
I'm
the only
not. I'm
reason
trying
I
to
asked
finish
is
my
you say he had a lot of experience. We already knew he had
no,
experience in
no.
track and
He
field.
has a lot
But
of
Deontay
experience as a
Wilder
strength
is
and
no Holyfield. He's no Evander Holyfield with his
if
skill and
yeah,
set,
Mark,
his technique.
Mark, but you're not letting me
And if
finish.
Joey
So
was going to, let me say this. I heard enough to say this point. If Joey was going to build him up to that point, he would have done it by now.
that
And he
no,
shouldn't be taking this kind of punishment.
no, there's only one camp. But I'm telling you, it starts with the fighter. It starts with the fighter. You have to be able to listen to people. It's the same thing with this fight plan that he didn't follow. So you're gonna follow you. You're gonna fire the coach too because he didn't follow. He didn't follow. He didn't follow the fight plan. And it starts with Wilder. He starts with Wilder. He has to step back and understand that he doesn't he doesn't run the camp. There's a reason why you hire a coach. You have to listen to him. There's a reason why you hire a guy that's a strength and conditioning guy. You have to listen to them, and you have to follow their plan. They don't have to follow yours. You and them have these conversations. What are you trying to do? What are your skills? What are your strengths and weaknesses? And that's where you build from. That was my point. Nobody said he was trying to build Holyfield. I'm trying to tell you that as a fighter, people come in, they have conversations with you, and then you go from there. But if you're not listening to anybody and you just want to do what you want to do, then you have what happens on Saturday. Has nothing to do with build him up to be somebody else. He doesn't listen.
I'm just curious, what was the actual regimen for this whole year that he was laid off, as far as his strength and conditioning from Joey Scott, from the torso on down?
Deontay Wilder could answer that question because I guarantee you that man with all his experience wouldn't have buffed him up like that for no reason and not built up his whole body. But I'm telling you, the person that has to get fired is Wilder's mentality that says, I'm in control of everything. That's what has to get fired.
I think I agree with Troy on that. Just like Floyd. Floyd's success came with a team and instilling the duties of his team and trusting him. And it led him to success. I think all fighters' success is determined by the type of team they have and letting the team members who are expert at what they're doing do their job.
All right, we got Brian Harkin. Go ahead, Brian. You got the floor, my G. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Okay. I haven't heard this apology, so, or, not an apology, but I haven't heard, the congratulations.
Oh, really?
What, there's a lot of things Wilder, could have done in this fight that he didn't do. And that's down to him. That's down to, I don't blame Malik Scott for this loss. I don't think you should fire Malik Scott because Wilder's mentality is, I got to do this myself. I can do this myself, right? I just need support around me to get this done. And if he wasn't going to learn, why hire another trainer, right? The mentality of a fighter is completely different to. Best way of saying this: the mentality of a fighter is completely different to the personality of a fighter. Mentality of a fighter is to learn, listen, to be taught. Let me read this.
I got you. Let me do a dramatic reading. Here we go. For those who haven't heard it. Bronze Bomber. Wow. What a hell of a night. I would like to first and foremost thank God for allowing me to give the world another part of me that's driven with passion and determination. I would like to thank my team and my fans for sticking by my side through this long process. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't disappointed in the outcome. But after reflecting on my journey, I now see that what God wanted me to experience is far greater than what I expected to happen. We didn't get the win, But a wise man once said, the victories are within the lessons. I've learned that sometimes you have to lose to win. Although I wanted to win, I enjoyed seeing the fans win even more. Hopefully, I proved that I'm a true warrior and a true king in this sport. Hopefully, we prove that no matter how hard you get hit with trials and tribulations, you can always pick yourself up to live and fight again for what you believe in. Last but not least, I would like to congratulate at Gypsy King 101 for his victory. And thank you for the great historical memories that will last forever.
Okay, that's cool.
What do you think of that?
That's cool. No,
There's a lot of hope in here. He said, I hope that I'm proving it.
Yeah,
And
like,
we got a lot of hopes going on, but go ahead.
like there's a guy looking towards the future, right?
Sounds like it.
Yes, it's that part in the middle where he talks about learning. He talks about, learning from victories or from losses, right? But, he has to get out of his own head and he has to learn from someone what to do next. He's he'll be 37 soon. He's 36 now, 37 this month, I heard, right? So, he's not a young man anymore. Is he going to learn how to box? No. But, at this age, is he going to learn anything more than what's needed? No. Right? But the simple things he can learn, right? Mm-hmm. His balance has always, every time I watch Wilder, he always looks like he's off balance to me. Something like that there, even a correction like that could improve him a lot, right? His feet are always too wide. Bring the feet in a little bit closer. He always moves to his right-hand side. He's right foot dominant, right? So when he's moving, he's always moving to his right-hand side, and he was always moving towards Tyson Fury's right hand on the outside.
So that means he would be going to his left then, right? If he's going to Fury.
Yeah, he should be right. Against a right-hander, you should be going to your left. Against a southpaw, you go to your right. Right? So, he was always moving into Tyson Fury's right hand.
So that means he was going towards his left then?
Yeah, he was going towards Tyson Fury's left.
No, he was going towards Tyson Fury's right hand.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So that means he's walking to his left.
Yeah. So,
Hey, look, hold on one second, man. That was like who's on first. Real quick, let me do this super chat. Hey, shout out to Taylor Bell. Here you go. I'll round it up to $5. Appreciate it.
I got 5 on it.
Appreciate you, Taylor Bell. Thanks for the support to the show. Appreciate you. What do you guys think about that? Because look, everybody kept saying he was tired. So I'm thinking the fitness and conditioning guy is the one who got to go.
Well, he can't
you can't fire him myself. He ain't gonna fire JD's. If the guy can't carry the weight, we need a new fitness and condition guy or who got him bench pressing. Whoever got him doing that. That's ain't a bodybuilding contest. But I digress.
Well, he said it himself, right? He said it himself. He was bench pressing 330 pounds. Deontay Wilder, so he'd be strong enough to hold Fury off. There's a difference between doing 5 bench presses and taking a break than holding a 270 plus man off you for 12 rounds, right? Fury was physically stronger. You can see like he's bigger, physically stronger. He knows how to use his weight. He knows how to use his weight mass. And when you build muscle, right? When you build muscle, right, it's the thing for conditioning, right? It's the hardest thing. When you're gassed, it burns slower, muscle does, than even fat, right? So your recovery time takes longer to do, right? So it's like, I don't know how to explain this, but too much muscle, it actually, when you're exhausted, it burns, it takes more to burn through it.
It's called VO2. It's VMAT.
It takes
And
more.
it's
Yeah,
the
it
it's
takes
the
more to
volume of oxygen.
burn
It's
through the muscle. You know,
the
especially
mouth.
when you're not used to carrying the weight he's carried. Right. I
He
think
said
that
he
was
didn't
the heaviest
understand
in
how
his
to explain
career.
it. I was trying to explain it to him, but fuck it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, especially when he's at the heaviest he is at in his career. You know, and you're not used to carrying that weight, right? I would have liked to seen him come in at 220 to 225. I think that would have been perfect for Deontay Wilder. You know, where he's lighter on his feet, he's quicker, you know, and he can maintain energy and gas, right? He can maintain energy and stamina throughout the fight because he's proven in the past when he's at that weight, he can go 12 rounds. So, you know, for me, that would have been my preferred plan if I was Wilder's team. But I understand why they did it because they thought, well, this guy's going to come in, he's going to lean on me. I'm going to have to be stronger. What they didn't realize is that's going to take more energy off him as the fight goes on, especially when he's burning against that energy. And he's trying to fight a 277-pound monster, or whatever Tyson Fury was on the night.
Fair enough. Let's pass it around. Anybody got anything to add based off what he said about being 225 and the other things he mentioned? Anyone? Feel free. And if you're talking, your mic is muted. Go ahead. Okay, well, shoot, I got it. Well, look, here's the thing, man. It all sounds good for us to say it what he should be weighing in and what he should, but we only know what we see once the fight happened. We all can play what they call it Monday morning quarterback, but at the end of the day, we all saw the guy gets tired. In this fight, the fight before, he was tired in the first fight, but he had that pop in him to get Fury down at the end, because that first knockdown and that first fight, it didn't seem that significant. It seemed like Fury was just off balance and he was a little fatigued, you know. But that second one, yeah, that right hand left hook, it was there, but Fury fixed that in his arsenal. He stopped dipping over to the right. They was like, nah, you ain't got to be bending and moving like that. Go towards him, go right towards him. And that game plan with Fury is going to be all these guys. Just go towards him, step to him, get on him, lean on him, work on the inside real quick. They can't deal with that 277-pound dude on him. Don't see it with Joshua. Definitely don't see it with Usyk. Usyk's a good boxer, but it's only so long you can run, man, because you ain't going to win the fight that way. You could avoid getting knocked out, but you ain't going to win. So I'm really excited to see that because Usyk does have a tank, does have a little pop in him, but and I never really saw him hurt in that AJ fight. I saw him take some shots, you know, and didn't look quite how I wanted him to look, but still he pulled it off. But his face tells the story of that war. If you saw his eyes after the fight, looked like he had like fingers growing out of his face under his top and bottom of his eye, thumbs at that. So shit was crazy, man. But I had a poll going on in the chat, and I was asking, win, lose, or draw, do you guys want to see this fight again? 64% said no. They do not want to see a fourth fight. We saw a fourth fight with Manny Pacquiao and Marquez, but I believe these fights right here have been so one-sided, even though it's been entertaining, kind of been really one-sided these last couple ones. Even with the knockdowns, even when he knocked Tyson Fury down, didn't seem like Tyson Fury was out of the fight. He didn't look glossy out. He looked frustrated. He looked a little fatigued, but I didn't think Fury was about to get counted out. Didn't see that at all. But Wilder was already exhausted. Tank was totally empty. Took a lot of big shots already. Face was starting to be deformed and be changed. Yeah, man. That's just how it goes. It's the beautiful ugly of boxing. These guys go in there and become changed. They go in there one way and then they come out, you know, like this dude got a tennis ball or something growing right here inside his head. This is the picture Tate told me where he still has the dent. If you look in between his eye and the sideburn, but whatever that is, man, like so they're gonna say, okay, it's a dent from 6 foot, like whatever they was gonna do, that shit should have been done by now. Period. That's all I got on there. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been cleared to fight if he had a big old dent in his head. I don't think he would have been, cleared to fight at all. The point is that a fourth fight proves what? No, it just gets him more damage. Doesn't need to fight this man anymore. He can move on and go do, go fight other people. Take some time off, figure some things out. If you want to come back, come back. And then you could fight some more people. Still people out there for him to fight if he wants to come back. But if he comes back with the same camp and the same mentality, same results. He didn't get beat because this guy was 6'9". He got beat because the guy was better than him. That's why people keep saying the 6'9". No, the guy was better than him. If he was if him and the guy were the same size, same outcome. If he was 6'5", same outcome. He was just better than him. It's not the size that beat him.
Yeah. Can I add on to that?
Go for it.
Both guys came in with a game plan, right? Right. Tyson Fury's game plan didn't change after he got hit. Kept coming forward, kept pushing, bullied him on the inside, throwing that 1-2, that, trying to land that right hand on him, right? Right. Wilder's game plan did change once he got hit. So, at the end of the day, it comes down to simple things in boxing, right? And who can maintain composure under pressure. Fury's shown he could do that. Wilder, he capitulated a little bit. And it's not his fault because, he was taking mad shots in there. But both guys were looking to land bombs. Both guys were looking to hurt each other, knock each other out. But one guy maintained composure throughout the thing, and the other guy didn't. And it's just sometimes we try to overcomplicate it, but it's as simple as that.
Hey, did you guys answer this one? As far as is this what boxing needed for Deontay Wilder to put that tweet out, or is it too little, too late? Like he should have addressed, he should have at least said Fury won fair and square. That would have been great, right? To actually say Fury won fair and square somewhere in that King's speech, I guess some would call it.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that because, hopefully it would have put an end to all this bullshit, right?
Right.
But, people are still going to keep pulling narratives. And some people don't believe the narrative. Some people are making money off the narrative. So as long as that narrative's still on the table, they're still going to keep going for that. You know what I mean? So, if you tell idiots that Fury cheated, and idiot's going to believe you, and people are going to keep putting up super chats for that, people are going to keep on doing it because they're making money off it at the end of the day, and that's all it is. It's for some people. 99% of the LDBC who said that Fury cheated don't believe it. They really don't. But they're doing it to make money. And they've made a lot of money and they've made a lot of subscribers off it. And it's as simple as that. I don't think they believe it, really. You get that? Go ahead.
Reggie. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think it was so much of cats doing it for the money. I know some cats got beef with the LDBC. I don't understand why. It's certain people I don't rock with from there. It's a lot of people I do rock with from the LDBC, but I don't think it was about money. I think a lot of people really genuinely cared about Deontay Wilder, and a lot of people really couldn't accept the loss. That's what happens in sports. A lot of people can't accept the reality of things. You always hear people look for conspiracy in things. Oh, this had to happen. Oh, these people was behind it. Oh, the system was set up and rigged against them. It wasn't. It just doesn't shake like this. Just some of these people were so committed and loyal to him to where cognitively they couldn't process him ever losing a fight, and not losing a fight from it being without it being some type of cheating. That's what has to play in their mind in order for them to even process of how another guy is even able to beat their favorite fighter, a fighter who they viewed as indestructible, invincible. And when that invincibility is broken, and it's broken in the way in which people seen it, because this wasn't just like, oh, he got caught with a punch, it was over. This was just a gradual beatdown that you had to watch round after round after round, and you can't accept seeing it as a fan of something like that. And that's really where it comes from. I don't think it's so much of them doing content for the money or nothing. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's just people are being so committed to Wilder. Wilder's access to his fans. He spoke to, not too many fighters do that. So it's a little bit of them that was broken from that. But that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think when you, as far as the apology goes and all, that's good for him. But as far as the fans go, we got a good fight. The apology, take it or leave it. But as far as a lot of these content creators, they are doing this, they keep feeding this nonsense for the money. Most of them, 99.9% of them, don't know this man personally. They don't. And then they feed the fire by coming out and saying, well, I wish you would have died in a car fire. I want to shoot Fury and all that. That's them feeding into the fire. Now the fans out there that are fans of this man and maybe fans of these talking heads, they feed into it as well. Those are the ones that might care about him as a fighter and are wrapped up into it. And it's not about money with them. But the truth is, he could have apologized and stopped a lot of this foolishness in the second fight and just come out and say, I lost to the better man. He never did. So as far as the apology now, the fight that you gave on Saturday, that pretty much wiped away a lot of stuff. That pretty much showed that, look, I came out here, I gave my best, I still lost, period.
I wouldn't call that an apology. I'd call that just a congratulations.
Yeah.
Well,
Like after reading it, and I screenshotted it and I read it again. I wouldn't call it an apology. I'd call it a congratulations. And if you think of it that way, he just congratulated the man on a good fight, and hopefully that will raise some fans to go, okay, well, Wilder congratulated them, on all this. So hopefully now some of it's over. Some of these guys it won't be, and it's going to keep going on. And I'm sick of it. Right? I was hoping after the third fight, hopefully we'd be talking about a good boxing match. And I knew some of this would come up, but I was hoping that he would congratulate him, apologize, and come out and say the better man won and all this, and it'd be over. And that's what I was hoping would happen. But there's always going to be some guys going to continue with it. But thanks for having me on. Anyway, it's 6:45 a.m. I got to get up and I got to start work soon. So
thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy, Brian.
No worries. Have a good one, guys. Troy, I don't know who the other guy is up in the corner.
Reggie Owens.
Boxing
Conversations with Reggie Owens.
Okay. You got a channel?
Yeah, same name.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll subscribe to you. Okay. And Mark Nash, thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Hell yeah, good caller right there. Good caller. Definitely knew his came in, no nonsense, no trolling. Sometimes you luck up and you get those right there, and is much appreciated, much respected. Don't agree with everything he said, but I appreciate him not being shy about his opinion. What do you guys think of Caleb Plant working with Shawn Porter? How does this help either one of them for their upcoming fight?
You want to go, Reggie?
Because Shawn Porter cannot emulate Canelo's style, pop. He's smaller. Like what is Shawn Porter and Caleb Plant? Is not gonna be as fast as Terrence Crawford. He damn sure ain't he ain't gonna move and switch from southpaw to conventional like Terrence Crawford. What are we doing here? Go ahead, Rich Owens.
I think what Shawn can do is build up his endurance, his ability to deal with somebody who's going to put pressure on him. Not so much of the power. I think it's just bringing Shawn, if you need him, to be able to push you to the max, have you to work, because Caleb's going to have to really work in this fight and not have to taper off, because he does have stamina issues at certain points in the fight before he has to pick up a second win. He can't afford to have those points of falling off to where he's not able to recover. I think Shawn being able to push him cardio wise, along with what he's getting in his training, I think that's what he's going to get from training with somebody like that. But I think he'll bring in other people to mimic or duplicate what Canelo brings as far as power and all that. But Caleb has to make sure he's able to recover, and he has to make sure he's able to recover. He has any moments to where he begins to fall off or fatigue, and if Canelo's not at that point of fatiguing, it's possible he can get knocked out. So he has to be able to sustain himself round by round. He has to be able to recover quickly round by round. That's the thing that has always helped Shawn Porter, to where regardless of what people try to say, and this is the sucker part about hearing people when they speak about the sport, is that people play favoritisms too much. People act too much like fashionists, like women and shit. Oh, look at that dress he got on. That's how people act about fighters. They don't like with the style and grace in which they see Shawn Porter fight in, so they knock him. But what Shawn has never been inside a ring is brutalized. Shawn ain't never been washed in their fight, even once he is lost on scorecards. Shawn ain't never had his ass whooped in a fight, and that's due to him always being in tip-top shape. Cardio-wise, you had never seen Shawn Porter take rounds off. It's all left inside.
No.
Which fight? Which fight?
He got that draw on. Let me pull his box.
A draw? I know he got that loss too.
That fight he got a draw on. He took them last 2 rounds off. I think it was a 10-rounder, and that's why he got a draw.
Oh, see, I must have missed
that.
Hit
with a good shot. He actually looked at his dad. He complained to the ref. The ref was like, "What you mean? He's clean." And he looked at his dad, and the guy can see like, "Hold up, he hurt." He tries to run over there. The ref like, "Hey, wait a minute." He tells Shawn to fight. Now he didn't supposed to tell Shawn to fight right there. I mean, he ain't supposed to stop the guy from going over there and hitting Shawn. Let me pull up Shawn Porter box right. Who did he fight to get that draw?
Yeah, and let me know.
The same guy that just beat Pacquiao.
No, he beat you guys. He beat you guys.
You beat him?
This guy named like Diaz or something like that, I think. Yeah, he beat
that must have been early in his career. But Shawn, but since that, Shawn has looked amazing in his career. Shawn ain't been close to getting his ass whooped in their fight he's been in.
Yeah, the truth is, the only thing I see that could help Porter is just playing to reach. Other than that, I don't see any other similarities between Plant and Crawford. And as far as Shawn is
by the way, sorry.
Yeah, Shawn is a good fighter, man. He's tough. He comes in shape. He comes ready. But no, he's never got beat up, but he has lost a fight flat out, and that's against Brook. He was really never in that fight at all. Against Kell Brook, he was never in that fight, ever. Brook he had a plan, and he just beat him. And Shawn couldn't do nothing about it at all. Round after round after round after round, he couldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah, man. Look, I like Shawn Porter, but I think Shawn Porter, his style has a lot. He has a lot of holes in it. I think Bud Crawford gonna pick him apart, and it's not gonna be as hard of a fight as people think it's gonna be for Bud Crawford. I just don't believe so. Did you see Bud Crawford open workout he did the other day? The kid is ready to fight now.
Yeah,
my God, he stayed like Floyd ready, like Floyd used to be, bro. Like that shit is crazy. I want, bro. He's gonna do something to Shawn Porter. He's gonna change him that night, and it ain't gonna be all night neither. Shawn Porter ain't gonna be in this fight at all. Somebody gonna save Shawn Porter from the punishment. The referee the doctor gonna be over there, and they're gonna be like, They're gonna save him in the corner, or the referee gonna save him from himself. But might sleep him, might just catch him with a good shot and just have him. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro, it's not gonna go the way y'all think it's about to go. Because as good as Shawn Porter is, Bud Crawford is a cut above. Shawn Porter understands the assignment, but he's gonna fail this test, man, and the world gonna see it. And I don't like when people bring up the age, like Bud is so much older. When I made this shit right here, I made sure I put their birth dates up there to show you it's only a month. It's only a month apart. So all of that where Bud is 30, man, they're gonna be the same age when they get in there in October. I mean,
Yeah, a lot of these dudes just be adding that clown-ish into when they knock Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford, another dude who ain't, even if he suffers a loss, it ain't gonna be him blown away by nobody. And it's a lot of people playing the regional side of things and that popularity thing. Oh, I'm from the state where Earl Spence from. I'm from his city. He's cooler than Terrence Crawford.
Come on.
And it's all that stuff. But that don't
What
win
is
none of
this,
that
high
shit
school,
wins
Reggie?
fight. That's what these cats do, man. Man, it's like elementary school with a lot
Drama,
of these
drama,
cats.
drama.
With the way that they knock a lot of these fighters and they take away from the accomplishments of these fighters. Terrence Crawford can fight. Terrence Crawford lives a lifestyle of a fighter. Terrence Crawford doesn't abuse himself. He doesn't, and you see it in the lifestyle that he lives. You follow this dude on Instagram, you know everything that this dude is living the lifestyle of a boxer. Fishing, you don't see him doing clubbing type ish. His life is boxing. He moved away from street stuff. I think it almost cost him his life. This dude surrounds himself around boxing type stuff, physical activity to keep himself in shape. And you see it in his sons. It even translates to his kids. So to knock that dude because people playing these favoritism, goofball ish that they interject into the sport, like it's clownish. But this dude is not going to get wiped away by anybody. Anybody he fights, if he suffers a loss, it's going to be tough.
And I don't see a tactical advantage for Shawn Porter to win this fight, Reggie. I got a video. I got it. It's called 10 Ways, the top 10 reasons why Bud Crawford defeats Shawn Porter. And it hurt me to make it because I even start with a disclaimer because I like Shawn Porter. I think he's a hell of a fighter. And I think he's good for the sport of boxing. I think he's a great ambassador of the sport. I just got to say that. Can't say it enough, but he's going to lose this fight, man.
You know, when it comes to Porter, he doesn't utilize his style the right way because his style really is not a helter skelter as you think it is. It's one of those, if he would just refine it, it's one of those compact timing type styles that he should be able to wear people out, catch them on the hips, catch them on the body, beat their arms down. But I don't see that with him. He just volume, and he wears people down. When that works, it works. But it doesn't work against a guy like this whose power comes at the end of his punches. He's just going to back away, and you're going to come in on him and try to bull him. He's going to catch you at the end of a punch that you don't see because you have to lift your head up to throw in Shawn's style, and that's what's going to get him. That's the same thing that happened in the Spence fight. I forgot what round it was, but he pulled his head up after he threw a punch, and Spence caught him. But the difference is
Shawn Porter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the difference is when this guy catches him, is going to be a different power. It ain't going to be strength. It's going to be power.
Yeah, Shawn Porter drops his guard and lunges with his head. He leads with his head and he drops his hands and he does that wild looping shot. And Terrence drops a lot of guys by just doing a half step back and a check hook. He's waiting for that check hook or uppercut. Oh man, they're working on some tricks in there for Shawn Porter's style. Because Shawn Porter only got one style, man. He only got one style. When he did that stuff with Ugas, it was because that wild rushing in shit wasn't working. Same way it wasn't working with Pacquiao.
He's going to get caught by a straight punch coming in. Now, I see that happening with him, but it's going to be what we want, a good fan-friendly fight. And then after he loses, you're going to be, oh, well, you know, he's old and he's fight worn. And shut up. He lost fan. Just give him his props. He's a good fighter. Right. He lost to the better fighter.
Right.
Reggie, you know that's coming, right? Because they said this before Kell broke. They said when he first came up to welterweight, he light in the ass, get your weight up, get a belt. Okay, now Jeff Corn ain't nobody. You know what I'm saying? But they wanted Pacquiao when he had that belt. But when Bud get the belt, it's like, oh, it's the WB. No, that's what Keith Thurman was saying. Now Keith Thurman is saying, oh, he ducking me. Where you at, Bud? Because you ain't got no title. Like how Bud said, Errol said, he a man with no land. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no belt. You get what I'm saying? Bud said the same thing. Shawn Porter out here naked. He looking for some clothes right now.
Ever since he cut his ponytail, man, he hasn't been the same, man. I don't know what happened to Thurman. Thurman, yeah.
You ain't seen him since then. He ain't fought.
Nah, man. You know he's like Samson. You know, he got his hair cut. Now he can't see, and he's stuck between them two pillows and stuff. He can't pillows in the building.
Since he cut his hair, so we don't know if he be the same. He ain't fought since he fought Pacquiao.
Yeah, man. You know when he
after that.
Right. When he came out and he was part of the Elder Barge family, he was fun. Bro. Now he ain't. You know, he's
it's like what my drop said. This dude Troy in here with the jokes, man. What the drop said? There you go. But on a serious note, man, damn, I lost my spot. What was that? Yeah, man. It's crazy to me the same guys who say Bud Crawford ain't fought nobody or saying this is a 50-50 fight. But both things can be true. Because if Shawn Porter is a top welterweight and Shawn Porter is this guy y'all say he is, and Bud ain't never been challenged and ain't beat nobody, this should be Shawn Porter should be the favorite. But they know the truth. I think dudes be in love with promotional companies sometimes more than they in love with fighters or the sport of boxing. They love fighters, they love promotional companies, they love networks, but they even love the damn the commentary cast more than they love the sport of boxing. Now I don't want to watch that one because I don't fuck with that commentary stuff. Like, man, turn the volume down. Watch the fight. I watch the highlights. Oh man, you don't fuck with boxing like that. That's my
a lot of these dudes just on here to bash the sport. They just cheer for whoever's popular. That's why I don't, man. Like I say, I don't listen to a lot of cats on here. I just don't listen to a lot of cats on here, and it's disgusting to see it from Black people. Like the level of wholeness that I hear from them when they speak on the sport, and then a lot of people play into the racial side of shit. There ain't that much racial side to this damn sport. When it's there, identify, but to play everything like, oh, it's bigger than boxing, it's this race play, like, damn, we can't use that shit for every damn excuse for shit.
No, Reggie, what do you feel about when people say race is involved in everything in America? What do you hear with that?
I tell them, look in our cities. The same shit I post on videos is the reason why I post them. Because race ain't the biggest problem with us. Sometimes it's us. Sometimes it's because it's because we don't value shit. Even when you look at, like going into this thing of music, when you look at this thing of music, we have lost almost every genre that we kind of move past. When I hear people talk about going to old school concerts and they speak about it, if I hear some older Black person that went, they be like, they was only Black people in that shit. You look at jazz music, you look at rock music. We don't take a value in valuing shit that we create. And that's why we don't own shit. And the same thing, we can move into neighborhoods and shit that become our own. And people will Black folks will make up any excuse because they don't want to pay attention to taking the accountability for shit. We talk about segregation is the worst shit that happened to us. I'm just going this talk. And I always tell people, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Because it's always a thing about moving upward. And when we start to kind of make these moves when segregation was broken apart, we didn't move into living with white folks. We moved in communities that had better opportunities, schooling, closer to jobs that we went into, and white folks left. And these soon became Black neighborhoods. And now when we look at it, this is early in the 60s, going into the 70s and shit. And then until the ride starts to kick up, what do we do with these neighborhoods? We destroy them. We play gang shit. We put drugs on the street, and then we like to always shift that blame strictly towards the government. Just because somebody put some shit in the neighborhood, don't mean you got to smoke this shit. Just because they put guns in there, don't mean you got to use them guns to shoot motherfuckers who look like you. Stack your bullets up. Cachet. This is the problem. Everything in a race shit. A lot of people talk this shit about police brutality. They ain't never experienced a pullover from a cop, but we magnify shit in our minds. But we watch many niggas get their heads blown off. So everything ain't got race into it. And I listen to people always use the racial excuse for shit like pussies, because a lot of folks who look like me are straight up pussies and they're volatile to one another. So, and I mean, it's just sick when I see that shit. And we can, like I say, always, that's why I do all this content and shit. And I always like to highlight and bring light to that shit. Our biggest problem ain't racism. Our biggest problem ain't the fucking cops, but we have to deal with every single thing thrown on our plate. But our plate will be less full of unhealthy shit if we cleaned up our own shit. If we raised our kids right, like even looking at the FB, what's the rapper kid they found out? Look at that shit right there tells you where we are as a community. When you look at that shit, what those kids rap about in New York, laughing at each other, dying and shit, then going on video, rapping and laughing about it, because we don't value shit. My homie Pops, OG cat from my neighborhood, who I've known most of my life, in his 50s, can't even move through the neighborhood before they gunned him down. My cousin got killed the same way. Niggas walking up on him, stand over him. And then the shit that fucked me up, that really probably turned me to some old way out shit, when I found out one of my homies, decades after the shit, was the one who did the shit to my cousin. But that same nigga who did that is dead now. But this is the foul fuck shit we do to one another. And niggas be on here talking and ain't lived through shit, but always crying about what the white man done done. Like, get the fuck out of here. But that's my thought. Everything ain't race-based when it comes to this shit. Sometimes you're gonna get white versus black, but let it be organic. Go in there, dominate. And black folks ain't got it that fucking bad. We dominate all this shit. But we also cry and bicker way too fucking much, like hoes. But that's my point on that. Because I can go on for.
Hold on, Reggie.
I agree. Okay.
Reggie, do you want to do a rebuttal to James? He said, bro, to be honest, segregation was the worst things that happened to the black community. We forgot to love ourselves and forgot to love our neighborhoods and build up our own communities. I think
that's false in the motherfucker, because even before segregation, we were still robbing, stealing. The communities that we lived in weren't worth a fuck. So if anybody got the opportunity, when you get an opportunity, things will open up. What is the reasonings behind people running up out of there? Because they don't want to be around the shit. Black folks weren't that united in the ghettos or whatever the fuck they call it before opportunities open for you to find housing wherever you want. The neighborhoods, when black folks of different economic classes lived amongst each other, you still dealt with the people with less, robbing and stealing from you. Still drugs infested these areas. People moved out. And even when people moved out to these better neighborhoods, what destroyed the neighborhoods? When niggas moved there. And as simple as that. Segregation wasn't a bad thing. And just because we moved into better neighborhoods don't mean we became desegregated, because we still moved in communities that are all black. You look at the south sides of Chicago, and this is what I know people don't look into shit deeply. When you look at the south sides of Chicago, when you look at South Central LA, you look at Compton, you look at Watts, you look at Long Beach. Those weren't all black cities. Those were white fucking cities. And when you look through them, they become predominantly black. And what happens to them over a generation, when lessons don't get taught, they destroy them. But before we moved in these neighborhoods, we came from fucked up shit. So all that stuff y'all done read in the book and one person said, and it sound glorious and it sound great, that segregation is the worst thing that happened to us. The people who come up with that shit didn't fully think shit out, because segregation wasn't the worst thing that happened to us. And that is one of the hugest myths that people regurgitate without applying their own science behind it. Because people don't know, when you look at the plight of the communities we come from, those are communities we moved into, took over, white folks ran up out of there. These were nice neighborhoods to where we can move around, function, and then we destroy them to where you can't even walk to a store outside your neighborhood without motherfuckers talking about, we almost like clan members to each other. Then what you doing over here? Where you from? That type of shit. Like I say, when I go to LA and I got my kids with me, my kids can't come with me, because at any moment I can be getting my kids out the car with some black motherfucker who look like me, can pull up next to me and blow my brains off if I ain't got some shit on me to shoot back. But we got white folks integrating in these same communities. Are these same niggas targeting them? Fuck no. And that shows you where we at. But that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree with Reggie. It doesn't, this whole thing about race, when you use it all the time, it takes away from it when you really need it. And the fact is that we have the power to actually change ourselves. And he's 100% correct. We don't have to sell drugs. We don't have to use the guns against each other. I came on your show and I said, you know, that the drug dealer is a sellout, right? Because that's just a fact. It is a sellout. He is a sellout. Who's he killing? People who look just like him. Who's he poisoning? People who look just like him. Then he'll turn around and say, "Well, I had it rough." And I don't hear that nonsense. And the fact is, throughout history, we've had all these great leaders, right? Martin, Malcolm, uh, Marcus Garvey, all of them.
I ain't gonna lie, I
Everybody else
thought you was
has
about to say marqnash. I ain't gonna lie. When you said
all
Martin,
of them. No, but seriously, all of them have been. All of them have left lessons, right? Each and every one of them has lessons, and those lessons have been used by other cultures to grow their own cultures. The only people that don't take the lessons is us. Then we sit and complain. Martin Luther King, before he was killed, right before he was killed, he said that we hooked our train car up to the wrong caboose. But very few people can tell you who T.D. Nixon is. T.D. Nixon is the one that really started Selma. T.D. Nixon is the one that went and got Martin out the church.
Some punches
T.D.
get comfortable.
Huh?
nah, that was me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. T.D. Nixon was forced out the civil rights movement because they claimed that he didn't want to segregate. He wanted to build all black. Now, mind you, he would work with with white people once we could be on even terms. But he didn't want to work with them to start out like that because he understood. He understood, and that's something that a lot of people don't understand now. Yes, we start stuff, but we never take ownership of it. Jazz, hip hop, anything in this world, we actually started, but we never take ownership of it. That's why we lose it, then bitch and complain.
Hey Reggie, Shelton Moore was here. Same question for you, Troy. I know we kind of went beyond the original topic, but that's the dope thing about this show. It's open for these type of things, right? Reggie, still with me, right?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm on mute. Go ahead.
Shelton Moore said black folks ain't had no significant change since or dynamic change. What was the word? Dramatic change or drastic. But you pick the adjective that you choose. Since 1965. Would you agree with that or no?
I think I would have to agree with that. I think I would, because the thing is, like, when black folks started, and it's the problem I got with black folks, anytime something is done, what's the first thing we want to do? Celebrate getting off the partying. And it's a distraction for us. When civil rights comes about, the death of our leaders and things like that, people lost sight of shit. All the teachings. This is the problem when you have leaders who put the struggle of things on their back and they become the voices, that many times when they become the voices, the students aren't listening to shit. They expect everything to be done by you. And as soon as they die, do people carry on the legacy in which was being built by these guys? It falls quickly. It falls quickly. So when you and then we hear people cry, anytime we do something, they kill our leaders and they destroy it. But no, the leaders left so many fucking gems and tools for you. How does it fall away that quick? Because you guys weren't paying attention. You lack the courage to stand up and move forward. You believe that you're supposed to be second rate. And that's the thing, is the mindsets of black people are effed up. And many black folks come of age and they gain some level of blackness, or what they term as blackness, but all throughout their life, the most valuable years of their life, you've been spending it fucking it off, getting yourself caught up in shit, incarcerated, and then trying to find the identity for yourself, and then coming back to the streets preaching that shit. But your values has been lost, and many people who have led righteous lives and done shit the right way, people tend to ignore them. I think we have attracted too much towards ignorant, negative shit to give more value and clout to that shit. To where we look at the dope dealers, the most valued motherfucker in the neighborhood, the gangsters. I come from that. I follow that. And they get the most praise. One of the biggest celebrations I've ever seen in my neighborhood was when the same homie I'm talking about who died, when his pops was having to turn himself in and he was going off. I ain't never seen a party like that in my motherfucking life. When I talk about from every damn hood from where I come from showing up to this party, there's hundreds of people in this neighborhood because he going to prison. When my cousin got out of prison, we threw a big ass celebration. And what you think the effects on that with a kid? Oh, I
I
gotta be
want a
known.
party.
Yeah, I gotta be known. Maybe I gotta do street shit. Maybe I gotta be loved for the shit I do. And it's a lot of shit we do that's backwards and twisted. That 1960, I wouldn't even say the 60s, I'll say about the 70s is where things went wrong with us. Around the 70s is where things went wrong with us. And we began to lose our way. And it just became easy for, certain things done by, certain governmental players, FBI officials that really turned things sideways. But the misguidedness was already there. We were misguided in the 70s. You look at the stories of the young Tookies and all them when they start about the, youth gangs and stuff. I'm from LA, so I'm always speaking on LA shit. But our stories is no different than any hood that, you travel through America. You look at the Jeff Forts and all them. These are unguided youth doing street level shit because there's no one there to develop black agendas back there. The black agendas was to outcompete one another and destroy one another rather than building and uniting and shit. And even when you look into kind of this thing I'm gonna give to the South when it comes to like in hip hop, when you go back to that, and it shows where black folks can work together. When you look at the division in West Coast music, East Coast artists, they were so divided. But when you look through the South, you guys kind of were more unified, and it helped to bring about this spread and this control of regionally where hip hop music went. Now, hip hop music, the music is shitty, it's fucked up, but it's just showing when people can collaborate and work as one. People have to learn that you're not my enemy. We're not competition. We can learn to work together and to progress. We have to understand the bigger picture because other people are out here out competing us. It ain't so much of dealing with just having to be on some racial line type shit. But when you understand that you have to be competitive inside the society and out compete each other, it ain't up for black folks look too much for other people to love them and shit. They said this and that to me. Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. You say it to them, what they gonna do? Either they gonna be offended by it or they don't give a fuck. You mean nothing to them. Your words didn't slow anything down because on the other side of shit, they still out competing you from a business level and everything else. And a lot of times they ain't even out competing. They just using your labor to get ahead on shit. But that's my thoughts with that. I think the 70s is where we kind of didn't change shit and we kind of went downhill from there. And when the 80s came around, it was good night.
But we got we do got more black millionaires now, right? Than probably most, right? Or am I wrong on that?
No, you're right on that. You're right. But the economy's done expanded.
Right.
I want to benefit from it. But go ahead, Troy, and then Fight Doctor just pulled up. Go ahead.
I want to step in here and say it doesn't matter when things went wrong. The only thing that would matter is when you turn them around. Things were never turned around. They just kept going wrong. And why is that? It doesn't matter that we have more blacks that are wealthy. If you take all those wealthy blacks and they're not building with those who want to build, you understand me? If all you do is you take them, those rich black people, and all they do is work with every other culture except for their own, then it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter about the 60s or 70s when things went wrong. The only thing that matters is why wasn't it corrected? Why did everything go down? But back to Sheldon's question about things change. Yeah, I could honestly say that I believe that I'm not even going to say we, but black people on the whole have gotten weaker and they just accept things as they are. When you could drag a handicapped man out of his car, you showed that video yesterday, and I had to leave to filter some things out my soul and kick him in his head, right? A homeless man who's handcuffed, you're gonna kick him in his head, and then casually say, "Oh yeah, I actually made a mistake and stepped on him," right?
Yeah, he said it was an accident.
Well, yeah, I'm just paraphrasing.
But he clearly walked up and just stumped him.
Right. Right. And then we see things like this over and over and over and over again. And we just start to accept it. That's the change that was made. That old fighting spirit, because you always gonna have some fighters. Where are those fighters? People that are willing to take that consequence. Because as I stated last night, there has to be sacrifices. Man, you can't succeed without sacrifices. I'm not saying to go out here and start a war, nothing like that, but you have to have a plan. And this plan is going to have to stretch for years, and some of us will die. So be it, but die with a purpose. Don't just die on purpose.
And then we got the fight doctor was talking about integration was the worst. I got to hear this, man.
Anyone who thinks that integration has been good for Black people in this country is seriously deluded and has not been paying attention to history. Listen, before integration, we had things like Black Wall Street, and we had Black Wall Streets all over the country, right? Before we had integration, we had movements like the Nation of Islam before it became corrupted. That was all about self-determination, right? Nation of Islam had their own farms, they had their own factories, they had their own stores. They were a self-sufficient operation. They didn't need anything from the dominant culture, right? Before integration, Black people worked together. But since integration, what has happened? You've had the destruction of the Black family. You've had there's no Black Wall Street, right? Yeah, we've got a lot of millionaires, but all of those Negroes, the only thing that they do is when they make the money, they're in a hurry to give it right back, okay, to the dominant culture. Integration has meant that, first of all, why would you want to integrate with something that was meant to destroy you? Is that smart? I mean, as I recall, we were brought over here in chains, and the dominant system that produced the Atlantic slave trade, that system is still in place. And somehow you think that it is intelligent to integrate with that which was meant to destroy you? Is that intelligence? Doesn't seem like it to me. Now, the simple fact of the matter is this, is that Western civilization is built upon a foundation of ignorance. Ignorance. And part of that ignorance is racism. Western civilization is racist to its very core. And it's somehow intelligent to integrate with that which is set up and meant to destroy you, to integrate with that which is biased against you. Every institution of Western civilization is biased against the African, from religion to the so-called educational system to the system of finance. Everything is biased against the African from day one. And it is smart to integrate with that? I don't think so.
All right, let him reply. Go ahead, Reggie.
Fight doctor, I knew you was gonna get on here and sound scripted from a book. You spoke everything that I hear from these books that sound so soothing to people who like to escape into these thoughts of what the system is. Now, when you look at these organizations, Black folks will divide amongst themselves. You can be Muslim, they're gonna hate you because you're Christian. You can identify as being, I looked in this most recent thing people done got on now, Black folks are indigenous Indians, but they beef with whoever considers themselves as Moors. The Israelites divide and have feuds with Moors and the Black Indians and all this other stuff. Those are the divisiveness between us. A lot of times we ain't lived through none of that stuff. We have escaped all this transatlantic shit that you speak of. And then when you speak of the integration, our integration wasn't to live solely up on the white folks. Integration ain't meant to just be up on the white folks. Where you come from has been a place that's been integrated, and then soon it has been assimilated into being a Black community. These Black communities have been divided. Even when you're speaking of the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam had an objective of building Black communities, which never got over their struggles. So you were citing a lot of highlighted shit that just sounds so soothing and good that comes up out of books. But when you really speak from the factual standpoints, integration didn't change anything, that nothing changed even before it. Matter of fact, things did change when integration came about. But when things began to change economically in this system, Black folks did not have a plan because we don't pay attention to shit. We don't pay attention to economics. We don't pay attention to the changes. There was a rapid change that happened in this country, and it started off with the outsourcing of many jobs, the automation of jobs. Did we prepare ourselves for the future? No. Even when you look at it today, we don't prepare ourselves for the goddamn future. We don't prepare ourselves for what's coming down the pipeline for shit because we're so unprepared. We pay too much attention to the ignorant shit that tends to want to be what takes the forefront of lead of the Black plight. But those who are intelligent get pushed off to the side, and then we cry when those same intelligent people go elsewhere into others' community where they're appreciated and they apply the science of what's inside their brain to move things forward. So Black folks break out of the ignorant side of society, having too much of a voice to push the trends, to push the norms. We get nowhere. And it has nothing to do with white folks. It has everything to do with us, because there's Black folks who find high level success. Like Mark was speaking about all the Black millionaires, Black billionaires. And when you look at them, those are highly intelligent Black folks who unfortunately have to cut off a lot of their own people. And that's the damn problem, because a lot of times when you try to do for your people stick you in the fucking back. And it's hard to move forward with them. And it has a lot to do with what's not being taught inside their household. Discipline is one. You go in some of these households, kids are allowed to just rip, run, do what the hell they want without being told shit. And the minute that a man sits and tell these kids to sit down, he's abusive. He's mean. He's too strict. We need to get away because we want to be undisciplined, hyper than a motherfucker. ADD, attention deficit disorder ass people. And that's the problem with us. Ain't got shit to do with integration, because when we integrate, we turn those communities into Black communities. And what are they now? Chiracs and shit. So all that book talk shit sounds cool. Now a lot of people do it. But once again, all this talk of what integration was and wasn't about it being bad is one of the biggest falsehoods that Black folks speak on. But I know when people talk about integration, they're gonna get on here and talk a lot of shit they read out of a book. From let me not knock it, because there's a lot of prolific guys who speak on this, and I see where their mindsets are coming from, but it's not true about integration not being a good thing. Because it's funny when we look at this gentrification shit, and I'm not gonna be long when I'm gonna pass it over. This gentrification shit, and it's funny how others can come into our communities that we turn into hoods. They move right into this shit, and things rapidly begin to change. You know why? Because of mindset. And just like somebody put in there about the mindsets of Nigerians when they come over here. A lot of these immigrants can come over here when they put their communities in check. And they're here for a mission. We ain't in here to play around. I've worked with a damn African dude. And one thing I've always remembered, this has been decades ago, because we used to always clown. We used to clown him. And he was talking about, because he's in school. He said, y'all so disrespectful, you Black people, so disrespectful. The teacher sits here and put together lessons, all this preparation to put together lessons, and they have to grade, and you guys don't turn in assignments, you don't do homework, and you guys take it for granted. You take everything for granted. He's like, that's the biggest problem with you. And that is, we don't value this education shit. We too worried about what brands we wear, what we look like, what chick we fucking. We too caught up in cool shit, way too much, and we unfocused. We attention deficit like a motherfucker. But that's my thoughts.
Right, because we kind of went from Deontay Wilder, because we was talking about the Wilder fans.
Yeah,
and a lot of people pumping the race narrative. So for the people, I got you. For the people who are just tuning in, yeah, we're gonna close out on that, but we did kind of go a little off beyond the pale a little bit. But go ahead, Fight Doctor. Doctor believes integration was a terrible thing. Reggie Owens disagrees. So we're having a little mini debate here. Go ahead, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, 90% of what he just said makes no sense. It's not based on any fact. Fact is, prior to integration, a lot of the problems that we see in the Black community did not exist. The problem with having children out of wedlock, the current crisis with drugs, the current crisis with these single family households, all of this wasn't going on prior to integration. It didn't exist. And again, like I said, prior to integration, we were doing business amongst ourselves. We had several Black Wall Streets throughout the country. We don't have that now. Yes, we have black millionaires, but these black millionaires are basically black people. Their blackness is skin deep, okay, because they don't live amongst the community. They don't do business with the community. They are essentially white people who just have money and look black, but they're not. But they're not amongst us. They don't benefit the community. All right, and if you look at the state of black people, things are getting progressively worse since integration. Right, a lot of these conditions that we have nowadays. When you look at how the graduation rates among high school age kids, that rate is going down and has been going down since integration. All right. Prior to integration, we didn't have these problems with education. Now, we were being miseducated then as we are now, but prior to integration, it was not to the extent that it is now. Nowhere near. Integration, very bad idea for black folks, okay? Lots of data to prove to back this up, okay? The main problem with integration is, again, like I said, you're integrating with a system that was set up to destroy you. That's not intelligent. There's nothing intelligent about that. And we've had lots of teachers to come before us to validate exactly what I'm saying. Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, okay? Marcus Garvey was not an integrationist. Neither was Malcolm X. Even after Malcolm X went to Mecca and came back and renounced racism, he was not an integrationist. He wasn't, because it didn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to integrate with that which is set up to destroy you? That's ignorance.
Who destroyed Marcus Garvey, by the way? I'm glad you brought his name up.
The system destroyed Marcus Garvey.
No, his people destroyed him.
So, once again, you have a situation where you have sellouts. Yes? Now, Malcolm X essentially was destroyed by the system. Now, a black man pulled the trigger, yes. But it was the system that destroyed Malcolm X.
Nah, can't get past. We ain't gonna just bump over the trigger, man.
You love these excuses, bro. You love these damn excuses. And I knew you was going. You're not the only one. It's common.
But at the end of the day, Marcus Garvey was not an integrationist. He wasn't. Neither was Malcolm X.
Even with those beliefs, and even with Malcolm X's belief, their own people killed him.
And they were both smarter than you. Trust.
And their own people killed them. And that's the way I look at these stories.
But again, they were not integrationist. They were both smarter than you.
Like I said, their own people killed them, bro. Okay, it ain't about look. And this is even what Malcolm stated.
And do you want to know why? Because Negroes love the white man more than they love themselves. Negroes want to be close to the white man. Okay, want to call themselves by the white man's name. Want to practice the white man's religion, which again is another system set up to destroy you. But then when you get a black man who has an idea, we should separate from these systems that are set up to destroy us. We should go back to our original state. We should practice our original religions. We should call ourselves by our original names. We should speak our original language. We should think our original thoughts.
Bro,
they kill them
shit.
And
bro,
here it is. You want to integrate with the system that empowers these house Negroes who destroy the black people, who are telling you exactly what it is that you need to do.
Fight Doctor, let me get some clarity because we already integrated. So we
exactly.
So are you saying we should go back to we should be segregated again? Is that what you're telling me right here?
So what I'm saying is this.
I just kind of want a brief yes or no on that before you start. Start with a yes or no and then go into it. Are you telling me
everything is not black and white?
So you can't tell me. No, you're not saying that.
What I'm saying is this. Follow the George Clinton.
Before you start, let me say this. I've been very generous with you as far as letting you speak very long, uninterrupted. This is a time right here where before I lose the audience and I lose this right here, I need you to answer this because what you're saying in your soliloquy here, you keep saying you want to integrate with that. These people that did that. And now, but this time I heard you say something very significant. You said, why can't we have our original language and tongue? Are you saying now in 2021, we should start having a plan to segregate? Or I think that's okay. No,
that's not.
All right,
what
there
I'm
you
saying.
go. Okay, go ahead.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it is time to implement the George Clinton philosophy, which is to free your mind, and then your ass will follow. And freeing your mind is to start thinking like your ancestors. Okay, listen, your ancestors are the one who created Western civilization in the first place. They laid the foundation. Western civilization is a perversion of something that belonged to you in the first place. So instead of thinking in ass backwards terms, which is what the Western civilized mind does, think in terms of the great civilizations that gave rise to Western civilization in the first place. That's what I'm saying. That's what Malcolm X was saying. That's what people like Marcus Garvey was saying. Okay? But what Mr. Owens is saying is to think in ass backwards terms by being integrated, by integrating with that which is set to destroy you, to integrate with that which is ass backwards from the very beginning. That doesn't make sense. Okay? That's not what thinking people do.
And here you go with this book read mindset without thinking. All that shit you said was ass backwards. And I'm about to ruin you on your point. When you spoke about us having all these things before integration, Black folks didn't have shit. We didn't start going into home ownership until segregation began. And all segregation is about tearing down these restrictive laws into access to being able to buy homes. So real
integration.
Yeah, and integration. Real home ownership came in integration. Before that, Black folks just rented. And most of them rented from white landlords. So therefore, your point is mute on that shit. When we start buying into these new communities we moved into, the ownership of business and the dealings of business was through Black ownership. That shit began to become lost towards the latter part of the 70s. And that's where we lost it. And also the mindsets of Black folks became lost. So you have lost many points by reciting shit from books. And then you speaking of if we had our own language. Having a old ancient language doesn't change anything. Even if you knew it, it doesn't help you go anywhere. We have many of these old civilizations that still speak their native language. And their language hasn't got them anywhere. If you don't develop as a society, you keep knocking Western society. Sometimes you have to learn from those who are ahead and more advanced. Because the world ain't moving backwards. There's many countries who are in advance who people suffered. China had to pull themselves up out of funk. And many people look at China currently. China lived in old ancient ass ways, and it got itself up within the last 30 years. Why? Because it implemented a few Western things into it. And that's some of the shit that can really help African nations. So all this caught up in thinking this shit is just being against white people, you got shit fucked up. Because there's certain things you can learn without functioning and acting like them. Learning mathematics, the English language, how to deal in business is all rudimented in motherfucking success. You too caught up because you have a fear of white folks that you think anything of behaving a certain way is white, and you're lost in delusion with that shit. And nothing's wrong with integrating. If people find peace and happiness and friendship in someone who don't look like them, then that's cool, because you ain't gonna always find peace and happiness in someone who looks like you. And sometimes you may have to fucking watch your back from someone who look like you. So you pick and choose your battles. But I think the key is for Black folks to develop, because even before you talked about integration, Black folks came from fucked up schools that were underfunded, didn't provide them shit. You know what you got in these segregated towns you come from? Old outdated books from white folks, schools that didn't have anything, overcrowded, kids who were malnourished, not fully fed. These are the things you got during segregation, this separate but equal bullshit they come up with, which didn't provide you any resources. So when Black folks got the opportunity to move the hell up out of there, they found better. And they ain't just do it to get to white folks. They found it better because of the futures of their children depended on it. And they strive for a moment, and then Black folks got into celebrating and got lost. That's what it is. You reading back in the 1940s books and all that shit, you live in a modern age. The key is education and developing yourself, advancing, not talking about language. A lot of you cats get caught up on the ancestor talking shit, all that shit sounds good. But speaking old ancestor language, if it was that important, they would have kept it back then. And it wasn't just stolen from, and history wasn't stolen. This is the other shit that people like to empower white people all the time. Y'all love talking this white shit all the time. Y'all like talking white shit so much that y'all call them supreme and all this other dumb shit. White folks didn't steal your history and none of that. You did. You lost and stole your own history because you refused to talk about it because you've been caught up in so much other shit. Black folks will lose family history in about 2 or 3 generations. We move across. You see that shit happening now. A lot of kids don't know shit about their history. You can move clean across the country to some other shit, never see family again. History become lost. A lot of people won't talk about where they come from with their children. So children have no knowledge of where they come from. They just think it's about mom and dad and whoever is auntie and cousins. And that's about it. And these may not be biological and they may hear nothing about grandma, grandpa, or those before that. We lose our own history and we see it done rapidly. It didn't take white folks.
Hey man, I gotta right. Some people don't even know bodies are buried. Can't even tell you where the cemetery is.
Exactly, bro.
Where's your grandmama buried at in the South? Like, yeah, she from Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. You don't know what cemetery. You couldn't walk into and go to a gravesite right now and say that's my grandma or my great or whoever, like with your ancestor. That's crazy. But didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
No. That was my point right there. Like we lose our own shit, but we give everything to white folks. If it goes bad with black people, it's the white man. No, nigga, it's us. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, I want to step in, and I heard both sides and all that, but it all boils down to having a plan. All this other stuff about who did what and who shot John, that don't matter. If you don't have a plan and you don't have the power to follow through on that plan, that might take years, which it will, because nothing is built in a short amount of time, right? It takes time to build something great because it took time to actually lose your greatness. So you have to plan for years and years and years to actually get your greatness back. It's not going to happen overnight. And all this conversation back and forth about segregation and everything else, it doesn't matter. You need a plan. Just need a plan, and it starts with a few. As you know, Reggie, because I'm here listening to you talk, you are sharp as the tip of a diamond. As you know, it starts with a few. Once those few go through the struggle and start building, they'll catch the eyes of some more, right? And then you school those more who have the same mindset of you, and it keeps going. And that's how you build. The rest of this stuff about the rest of this, rigmarole and about XYZ, that don't matter. It doesn't matter.
Facts.
One last point I need to address.
But we super behind still though in the average family wealth race, about race from 63 to 2019. I'm looking at this study right here. This is BBC.com. We super behind in that. But even all the things they point out from the 60s to now, since George Floyd's untimely murder, I guess I was gonna say demise, but it was a murder. I'm looking here and I'm like, these are things that should be granted to you as a citizen anyway. Jobs, college attending, poverty. Yeah, you should be making more money in 2019. All of us should, but we are still behind. But go ahead, Fight Doctor. You got the floor.
So Mr. Owens made a point of bringing up that I'm repeating points that I read in a book. And this underscores the problem with integration and with the integrated mind. Because if I'm repeating something I read that I got out of a book, that implies that I actually read, meaning I'm educating myself. Negroes who don't read, that's the slave mentality, right? Because when you were on the plantation, they didn't allow you to read. And the same slave mentality is prevalent today because apparently there's something wrong with reading. Oh, you're repeating stuff that you read out of a book as if that's the wrong thing to do. Well, if you're a slave, then yes, I would agree. Reading, educating yourself is a bad thing when you're a slave because a slave master can't have you doing that. No, No, nigga. You're not supposed to read no book. Just believe what I tell you, nigga. Okay? Yeah, we're going to integrate you, nigga. But don't read no books. Okay? Because we don't want you thinking. We want you to do what we tell you to do. Integrate, stay in your corner, be a good Negro, but don't read any books. Okay? Don't read any books because we want you to stay brain dead. That's what brain dead people do. They don't read. Okay? So yes, I read. I'm proud of the fact that I read. That's how I learn. That's the reason why I'm not brain dead. I'm not a slave. Okay? That's the reason why I don't have a slave mentality. That's the reason why I know my history, because I read. I'm off the plantation. Okay? I don't have a slave mentality because I read. I know who I am. I suggest the Negroes who find a problem with reading, okay, open a good book and implement the George Clinton philosophy for your mind so your ass will follow, okay? Because when you're free, you're no longer a slave. Come up off the plantation.
And while you reading those books, because you're still stuck in that rut of dealing with that, the world is still speeding along and moving ahead. So I would advise, if I'm talking education, I got nothing wrong with reading. As a matter of fact, on my page, I think I was doing reading segments, which I'll get back to, but my kids are in school and the focus with them is ensuring their homework is done right. So like if I'm talking pushing education, why would I be against reading? But I'm saying the type of literature you're reading and where it has you in a mindset, it has you twisted and backwards and has you caught up into where you feel like that you have allowed so many white people to step on the back of your neck without standing up to those individuals you face in life, that you're speaking and spewing a lot of other stories. And I guarantee you, in your personal life, you probably never dealt with these racial incidents that you have picked up from these books and you let this race shit affect you. Now, if you have experienced this racial shit in your life, I'd like to hear a story and how you dealt with it. Or did you run off crying about it being these people are just so damn racist and nothing I can do? Well, my experiences ain't the same as that because I've checked white people, even in the current job I work at, and they know where I come from. I don't have to double talk. I don't have to trot around and be some different individual. I'm Black. My company knows I'm Black and I work with white companies, and everywhere I go, I'm myself. But do I walk around acting militant and all that shit? No, I'm myself. The way I act around Black folks is the same way I act around white folks. And a lot of Black folks think they got to switch up because those are the biggest slaves. Black folks who want to act righteous and shit and rah, 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 and all this other stuff have a fear of white folks. Now, when you start to advance yourself, then that's when things change. Can't no white person hold that shit back. Can't none. And Black folks who have this level of success who don't think in this mindset, every white person ain't your enemy. And that's the mindset you got to develop, regardless of that old ancient history and shit. You got to stomp past that shit. When you got bigots in your way, you knock these fucking bigots the fuck over. You knock the shit out of them. You make them second guess to ever disrespect you.
How old are you?
And Black folks, go ahead. I want to hear you.
Ask the question. How old are you?
I'm in my 40s, man.
You're in your 40s. Okay.
Go ahead. What you had something to say? Are you shocked that I'm 40?
Yeah, actually, I am. I'll be 50 in a few months, so I've got some years on you, right? So I'm actually surprised that you're in your 40s because you sound like you're in your 20s, to be completely honest. But I'm not surprised because, unfortunately, there are still a lot of us out here who suffer from the westernized mind mentality, because everything that you've been saying so far has been shallow and nonsensical, to be completely honest, and not backed up with any relevant facts. You made a comment earlier that Black people didn't have anything before integration, which is totally and completely false. We have Black Wall Street. We have several Black Wall Streets all across the country. But you don't take the time, okay, to read some of these ancient history books so you can know something about your history. The only thing you know is what your former slave master, what your current slave master tells you, and you swallow it hook, line, and sinker, because you never took the time to figure out exactly who you are and where you come from. There's an old saying, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been. Okay? You don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been. And that's the fact of the matter. Trust. So what you need to do is open a book, a good book, all right, and fill your head full of good information. Start with history. Understand your history, where you come from, and you'll stop making these stupid, silly comments that you've been making. Because honestly, I'm surprised I'm hearing this from somebody in their 40s, because it don't make no sense. It don't make a lick of sense. And you done had plenty of teachers who've come before you and have explained to you everything you need to know. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X are just two of them, but there are many, many more. Right? And what you're saying is 100% at odds with what they say.
Bro,
Now,
that's what they say.
You ain't got to take my word for it. All you have to do is go back and read what they said for themselves. Okay?
But listen, everything they say, this is what I said. When those folks died, black folks didn't implement none of that shit. I have listened to everything they've stated. And that's why I've always dealt with racial issues in my personal life. Like I asked you earlier, you speaking all this shit like you part of the old age Panthers. What experiences have you dealt with racism and how have you handled them? Because I guarantee you, the way I hear niggas cry, I don't have those complaints because I've always dealt with checking white folks. And many people have always thought I was racist because of the way I've handled them. But I'm far from racist. And a lot of them get fooled when they find out how cool I am. Now, when it comes to shit, you live in a modern goddamn age. I haven't heard you speak of one thing about advancing us. All I hear you talk about reading these old books and Western society. Well, Western society is where it's at, homie. I don't know what other society you talking about trying to follow, because we live in an advanced age. All that other shit you want to go back to will put you way behind the curve that you're already in.
Do you know who
problem with us?
Do you know who Fela Kuti is?
What is Fela Kuti gonna do in this modern age? Tell me about that.
The question is, do you know who Fela Kuti is?
No, I'm gonna tell you no, so you can explain who they are, so I can see if they're relevant to this modern age.
Fela Kuti is the James Brown of Africa. You should look him up. Okay. Fela Kuti is the father of Afrobeat. All right. You should look him up, and you should read, and you should know something about his story. All right, because Fela Kuti is very relevant. Very relevant. And what he said was, Western civilization is built upon a foundation of ignorance. And you know what? He was right. That's something you should know. You should know who Fela Kuti is, right? You should know about some of your heroes, black heroes, right? But see, when you go to school, look, I went to an all-white high school. So where racism is concerned,
you just solved my damn problem. You let them pick on you. You let them pick on you, and now you're bitter because you didn't stand up to them. Let me hear this shit.
So you know my story better than I do. That's fine. Listen, dude, you can think what you want to think, but I understand who the misguided is. The misguided one is between us. Trust, okay? But above and beyond that, the problem is, see, you don't even know who your own heroes are. I have to explain to you who Fela Kuti is. You should know who Fela Kuti is, but you don't. Why? Because you have been integrated. You suffer from the colonized mind. You don't know who you are. You are still on the plantation. Not physically, worse, mentally. You are still in chains.
Wait, time out, doctor.
You don't know who you are. You don't know where you come from. You know who Christopher Columbus is, but you don't know who Fela Kuti is. That's a problem.
Wait, let me laugh at this real quick. You talk all this integration shit, and you lived in the most integrated shit in this Western world. You're delusional, dude. You're delusional. You grew up around nothing but white folks. What are you talking about? Don't come to this new age shit. You sound just like Fred to me. Don't come to this new age shit. You grew up around white folks, and now you trying to talk this integration shit.
First, I didn't
stop it, bro.
I said I went to all white high school. It's a difference. Learn how to listen.
Oh, that's even worse. So you left a black community to go into a white school. So what was that about?
Learn how to listen.
What was that about? I'm listening.
Learn how to listen. That's the first thing. Okay. Now, second thing is going to an all-white high school and I actually lived in an all-white community. I learned something. I learned something about Western civilization. I learned something about race in America. Okay. I learned something about integration. I learned a lot of things. All right. And sometimes that's what needs to happen so that you can learn. from experience. Experience is the best teacher. I have years on you, so I have more experience than you do. Trust. Okay? And above and beyond that, I have credible sources who back what I say and speak 180 degrees of the nonsense you talking. Now, let's talk about Martin Luther King, right? Martin Luther King's last speech, which I'm sure you've never read, okay, because you don't know anything about your own history, all right? But in Martin Luther King's last speech, he says, I quote, "I fear that we have integrated with a burning house." Okay? Okay? The name of the speech is "Why America May Go to Hell." That is the name of the last speech that he wrote. And in it, Martin Luther King says he fears that we may have integrated with a burning house. The reason why I know that is because, see, I read old books. Okay? And I actually know something about Black history and Black people and our place and where we come from. I'm not some house Negro repeating the stuff that the slave master implanted in my mind. I actually learned how to think for self. That is what we were about prior to integration. Thinking for self, self-determination, which is the reason why we had things like Black Wall Street. Why? Because we were intent to do for self and not accept the handout from the slave master, which is what integration is. Okay? You are accepting a handout. Master, sir, please give me my freedom, sir. Okay? Can I sit on the front of your bus, Mr. Master? No. Why do I want to sit on the front of your bus? Why do I want to integrate with you? I can just have my own. That's how you get to be equal. When you have your own shit instead of asking to integrate with someone else's shit. Think. That's what you integrated Negroes can't seem to learn how to do. Add 1 and 1 is 2.
Wait, time out. Fine, doctor, let me say this. You come from the most integrated shit, and here you are trying to speak some old Black Pantherist shit. Now, you lived in a white neighborhood, you've been treated like shit, and you were silent about it. Now, once you become of age as an adult, you want to talk all this righteous shit and speak against a society you come from. But a society you chose or your parents chose to put you in, that you didn't grow up around Black folks, but you reached this age to where you've been rejected by white folks. I'm pretty sure if I knew who you were and looked at you, you were one of these, what we'll probably term as an Oreo or whatnot, that you went into trying to seek the good grace of white people until you had your Negro moment, right? And now you want to be righteous and all that shit. No, you got around some fucked up individuals who make you feel this way. But I guarantee you, you weren't always skipping to this drum beat.
Let me know when you're finished. You done?
I'm done. You hear me? I don't go long. Where did I pause for you go?
You were done before you start talking, to be completely honest, because everything you said makes less than no sense. Okay? There's only one of us who makes sense, and everyone who's listening knows who that person is. Trust. You know who that person is.
It's you, Fight Doctor, sure. It's you, brother.
Because, dude, you haven't made a lick of sense, and you are not making any sense. None. Because your mind is still trapped. You are still with this integrated nonsense. You are still on the plantation. And look, if you wish to live on the plantation, that's fine. You go right ahead. Stay on the plantation.
But Fight Doctor, let me ask you this question, because you.
Let me finish. You stay on the plantation. Us runaways, we gonna get away, and we're gonna do our own thing. So you can stay under the whip or in the house, because you might be a house Negro, okay? But us runaways, we gonna get away from that nonsense. We're not gonna live up under the whip. No, we're not doing it. We're gonna get away and we're gonna have our own. We're gonna do our own thing. We're not gonna integrate. We're not gonna do it. Why? Because we don't want to live up underneath the whip anymore. Because that's what integration is: living under the whip.
All right, question for you. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Chicago.
All right, so and where did you live in Chicago?
I live on the south side.
And what school did you go to out there?
What difference does that make? It's all the same.
No. It does make a difference because you stated you went to an all-white school, so that's what it means. So I want to know that you live in an all-white community in Chicago as well.
There are no all-white communities. Well, I'm sorry.
Yes, they are. Chicago is one of the most segregated damn cities in this country.
There are no all-white communities on the. Well, actually, there are all-white communities on the South Side, but not many.
Yeah. So no, you dancing around it. So you were one of the. There was a few black folks in the neighborhood you come from, right?
No, the community that I come from was all black. Now, I grew up in a community called Auburn Grisham on Chicago's South Side, right next door to Inglewood. That's where I grew up.
And it was predominantly black. Your neighbors are all black, right?
Where I grew up, yes, it was all
All right.
black.
So you went to an all-white school, though, right?
We moved to an all-white suburb, and I went to an school.
Let me hear more of that. So when did you live in this Inglewood neighborhood? You must have been a very young kid, and there's a reason why you left to go integrate with white folks, right? Let me hear that, because I know how to dig right into folks who talk like you. Let me hear that.
I just explained to you. What else do you need to know? My social security number. You need a blood. You need a
No,
stool sample.
I don't want you to leave out these holes because I identify who you were. Because I can read profiles of people when they speak that I got you. So now you left your neighborhood and you moved into a white suburb.
Wait,
let me hear that.
First of all, let's get something straight. I didn't do anything. Okay, I was too young.
Your parents did it for you. Let me hear this.
Exactly. Okay, I didn't do anything. Now, as an adult, I do things. As an adult, I live in an all-black community.
No, but let's go back into this childhood thing where your parents moved you into this white community.
First of all, that was then. This is now. Now that is my background. Now,
Checkmate. Checkmate. Let's move to boxing. Checkmate.
Listen. Look, if you wish to live on Fantasy Island, who am I to bust your bubble? You go right ahead. But again, like I said, one of us is on the plantation still, one of us isn't. And I think everyone who's listening can determine between the two of us who is on the plantation, who isn't. Right? So you stay living underneath the whip. You go right ahead. You wish to be integrated? You go right ahead. It's a free country.
You live integration for us, Fight Doctor. Let's move on, man. Checkmate, man. Checkmate.
I choose to be one of the runaways. That's what I choose to do. Okay.
I figured you out, man.
So stay on the plantation with your ragged clothes and the scraps of food that fall off the slave master's table. You must be happy. It must be delicious. You go and you eat that. Okay. You eat
Fight Doctor, man. I ought to be an FBI agent. I'm great at profiling people and figured you out. I'm sorry. Mark, we can move to boxing.
Listen. Well, I understand why you wish to change the topic because your ass is getting roasted. Okay.
Fight Doctor. No, I'm not. You just revealed to us who you are, which what I've been telling you are.
Yeah.
You're a kid who comes from living in white society, and now you want to reject it all of a sudden.
First of all, every black person in America lives in a white society. That should be painfully obvious to anyone paying attention, but apparently you aren't.
We live in an integrated society. I don't believe in white folks just dominating shit. Come on, bro.
Well, if you don't believe white people are dominating, then obviously you're not paying attention because they've been dominating for the last 500 years. Ask the Native Americans who've been dominating. Okay? See, this is the problem. You apparently don't know anything about history. You don't know nothing about your own history. Okay? Because if you did, I wouldn't have to tell you who Fela Kuti is.
Nobody know Fela Kuti, man. You talking somebody from Africa who's James Brown over there.
No.
Like, stop it, dude.
You don't know who Fela Kuti is. Don't say nobody, okay? Unless you are nobody, and I'm inclined to believe that. But you don't know who Fela Kuti is. Us educated Negroes, we know who Fela Kuti is. Why? Because we pay attention. We read because we've come off the plantation. And we've accepted.
Can I ask you a question real quick? I just want to ask a quick question. As far as this Fela Kuti, why is he so important in the first place? What's his important to people over here? Because you said he was a James Brown in Africa. Why would that be important to people in America? Why?
Because he was also an activist. That's why. He was an activist.
Yeah, you're right. But he was an activist in Africa for his own people. Again, I'm going to go back to why would he be important over here? How could he help us over here?
Well,
Because those are the questions you're going to. No, hold on a second. Those are the realistic questions that people will ask you when you bring his name up. So I'm just going to jump in and ask you myself.
why is Fela Kuti? Because first and foremost, listen. At the end of the day, I can't speak for you, but I can speak for myself. I consider myself to be a kidnapped African. So, what is relevant to African people on the continent should be relevant to African people here. Just like what's relevant to African people here should be relevant to African people on the continent. That's why Fela Kuti is important, because the same conditions that we face here are identical to the ones that the brothers and sisters on the continent face there. Identical, the same problem. That's why Fela Kuti is important, because we are all trapped in the same condition, or no, I want to say trapped. We are all combating the same condition.
Can you spell Fela Kuti's name for me? Because I think I may know who you're talking about, but you delusional as shit. But can you spell Fela Kuti's name for me?
So I need to spell Fela Kuti's name for you, but I'm delusional. You can't spell. So I'm delusional, but you can't spell. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's a hard name to spell, though. That is a hard name to spell.
Well,
like, that ain't Robert.
If Mr. Owens knew anything about his language, because English ain't your language, Negro.
English is my language, bro. And English language don't stop you from advancing. People harp on that dumb shit that they stole our language and now we can't advance and learn shit. Like, stop that stupid shit. Language don't stop you from learning. Language doesn't stop you from advancing in mathematics. It doesn't stop you from advancing in this computer age shit. So get up off of that hang up. You grew up in a white neighborhood. They rejected you, and now you on this black fight shit.
First and foremost, I didn't say anything about the English language holding back anybody. That's what you say, because that's how you think.
But Fela Kuti, I need to spell his name. I think I know who you're talking about, though. Can you spell it for me, please?
If I'm so stupid, why are you asking me how to spell?
I'm not asking you how to spell. It's an African name. I don't know this.
Of course, because you don't know anything about where you come from, Negro, because you were still on the plantation where you don't read.
I come from South Central Los Angeles. Now, people before me may have come from there.
Is the plantation where you at right now, where you refuse to read? Because if you knew anything about your language, then you would know how to spell Fela Kuti.
Everybody's from a different tribe, though, Fight Doctor. So, the languages are different.
Fight Doctor, do you know how to spell it or not, man? Because this is kind of getting embarrassing. I'm reading the chat.
Fela, Fela Kuti, Kuti.
Wait, say that one more time.
Oh, damn. Here we go. Fela, Fela Kuti, Kuti. See, I know this because I know something about my language. I know something about my people. I know something about my point of origin. I know
exactly who this guy is. I know who this guy is. I just never knew his name, but he is of no significance over here. Sorry, buddy.
Well, he's of no significance to you because you are still on the plantation. The minute you bring your ass off the plantation.
Mark, can we get back to boxing, man?
Yeah. Let's get back.
Carlton Banks and the Daishiki. Get the fuck out.
And the minute
that is a great. Oh, that's actually great.
Right, Doctor. Let me ask you this though.
Yes, sir.
Because I've been quiet and I've been listening. Low key, man. I ain't gonna lie. I made a sandwich and everything. This has been entertaining.
Made a sandwich.
Man, I made a sandwich real quick.
Man, I'll tell you, get back to boxing after I got him in the checkmate.
But I couldn't know. I was in the kitchen. I heard you in here on the speakers, but I couldn't. I was too far away from the phone. Plus, he had some more rebuttals. Fight Doctor. I'm looking at the chat, and this gonna be a clip of his own. Fight Doctor. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna have to drop this one as a little Brit because this You say you know your language and you know your culture and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, how is you knowing it helping everybody else? What are you doing with that other than arguing with Reggie on the marqnash show? Like, what are you doing with all that information?
Once again, George Clinton, free your mind, your ass will follow. And the problem is that there are still too many Negroes who are on the plantation mentally, spiritually. Okay, you go to church, worship the slave master's religion. Okay, you worship the slave master's God, call yourself by the slave master's name. You speak the slave master's religion, and you know everything about the slave master's history, but you know nothing about yourself. Nothing. And you want to be integrated and you want to be equal. How does that work?
What are you doing to liberate the people? That's what I'm asking you, sir.
You can lead a horse to water. So I can't liberate the people. I can liberate myself. I can do that. But I can't liberate the people. People have to liberate themselves.
Okay. Well, let me,
But how
okay.
do
Well,
they get the information? If you got the information, why you ain't out here giving them the information, Fight Doctor?
Listen, anyone who asks, okay, I'm more than willing to share all the information that I know. Okay, but at the end of the day, you can lead a horse to water. All right. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And unfortunately, most black folks are still on the plantation.
You got a
Like Mr.
job?
Owens, for instance.
You got a job?
Mr. Nash,
yeah, he's the master of
Mr. Nash,
cliches.
Hold on. I'm just asking. You got a job or you work for yourself?
No, I do both.
Stop this shit.
I just want to say something real quick to Fight Doctor. I'm not being a wise ass. You have to be careful with words because, see, you said so many times on here that you're still on the plantation when you were talking to Reggie, right? Now, you have to be careful when you say that because that means that you were on the plantation as well.
Well,
when you tell someone that you're still on the plantation,
if you were listening,
that means no. Let me finish. Let me finish. If you're telling someone that they were on a plantation, that also means that you were there as well. You understand me?
If you were
use the word "still on a plantation," which means
if
you
you
were
were-
on there, and then
if
you
were
left,
listening,
and you believe this man is still on there.
and if you were
Just
listening,
why
you
don't
would
you
have
just
heard
get
me
to your
say-
point? I guess I'm just trying to be real cool and
If
say,
you
get
were
to your
listening-
point, please.
If you were listening, you would have heard me say he's on the plantation mentally, just like you are. Still on the plantation mentally.
But you say that to me all the time. It doesn't matter because it's not. I'm
And
not
it
having a
doesn't matter because
conversation
you were
with
happy
you.
living on a plantation, okay?
Absolutely,
Listen,
absolutely,
I
absolutely.
know. And if you're happy living on a plantation, listen, who am I? Who am I? Okay.
So
Who am I?
why do you work on the plantation though, Fight Doctor, in this Western world?
I don't work on a plantation.
Hold up. I'm about to choke on this. Fight Doctor, I asked you, did you have a job? You say you work a job and you own your own business.
That's right.
Okay.
He owns a McDonald's.
I just had to ask now.
McDonald's is very lucrative.
But
That's my point.
Anyone who owns a
But hold-
McDonald's is making a lot of money.
Hold up, but that's not.
stupid,
Hold up, but you don't own a
Negroes
McDonald's.
don't
Hold up,
understand that.
Fight Doctor. You franchise a McDonald's, and that's a white company. And like, it sounds like you know, you can't just serve the black folks at the McDonald's, right? The integration shit that you talking about, like, it can't be a black only McDonald's. That shit ain't gonna fly. You ain't gonna make no money.
Checkmate. Get over here, man.
Every day is Black History Month at your McDonald's, Fight Doctor.
Okay. Listen, look. At the end
Well,
of the
he
day-
got a rebuttal. Don't stutter the rebuttal, man. Don't stutter the rebuttal.
It's so funny, you know. It would be funny if it weren't so
Fight
sad.
Doctor, I love you, bro. Look, I love Fight Doctor on the show like I like watching World Star. I just like, what I'm gonna get when he come on the show. You never know. This shit is entertainment for me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a fan of the show myself, and I'm the host. Go ahead, Fight Doctor. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. Love him.
McDonald's is beside the point. The point is to generate income, to have your own business, to have your own. That's the point. That's what these two house Negroes don't understand.
That's what integration was about, dude.
And McDonald's is the epitome of Western society.
I agree,
like
it is.
Disneyland. Like,
I agree. It is. That's the reason why I don't own one, because I'm not down for that.
But at the end
of the day, we had Black Wall Street, and there was nothing integrated about that. All right, it was black people doing business amongst themselves and prospering.
We established that, but what's the 2021 plan? And I keep asking you, do you want to go backwards to it?
I told you, George Clinton.
You keep talking. You keep bringing up a song lyric when somebody asks you to plan. That ain't gonna work when we go to Congress. That ain't gonna work when we get the people together and say, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do."
But that's
it's
part
a
of the
good
problem.
slogan. It's catchy, but you haven't given any fundamental plan or any kind of structure. You just giving me a cool slogan for a T-shirt.
So
free your
before-
mind and your ass to follow. I get
exactly.
it. Clap, clap.
See,
but
and here's the problem.
where's the plan, though, my brother?
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. You cannot put the cart before the horse. Before you can understand calculus, you must first master simple arithmetic. Now, black people haven't even gotten to the arithmetic part yet. You have to free your mind first before you can talk about doing all this extra.
So we got to wait for that to happen for you to even tell us the plan.
Before you can comprehend calculus, you must first understand simple arithmetic. It's simple.
Maybe some people
It's
out
simple.
there, they understand
Now-
it. They
now
already
listen.
there. So
Now-
maybe
now, to
hearing
answer
you
your
tell
question-
the plan, they can put it in
To answer
action.
your
There you go.
question,
Okay, fair
to
enough.
answer your
Go.
question,
Let's go.
there are people a lot smarter than me who have already detailed exactly what we need to do. One of them is a brother named Dr. Claude Anderson, and he's written a book that explains exactly what black people need to do, all right, to secure their economic future. I forget the name of the book, but his name is Dr. Claude Anderson. Much smarter than me, and he has a very succinct and eloquent answer to your question. I suggest you look him up.
That was a long way of saying I don't have it. Read this book, my brother.
What-
You keep saying
What did I say earlier? He has no answers. Everything he feeds off of comes out of some book he read.
But
That's because
you
I
can't.
read,
But he can't
unlike-
spit it
unlike
out
you
though.
Negroes who are
But
still on the
he knows
plantation.
it's
I
in the
actually
book,
read.
but he don't know it. He
He gotta
knows it's
find
in
the
the book
page.
somewhere, but he don't know it. He can't spit it out.
I can articulate it just fine. All right.
Wait, we've
His
been
answers gotta
asking
come
for
from a
it.
page. He ain't got
All
the
right,
book
so
with
maybe
him.
he doing the
then I'll be
Googles.
more. All right, so then I'll be more
Maybe
than
he
happy to
doing his Googles.
articulate. I'll be more than happy to articulate the answer
slow
to
on
the
them
question.
Googles.
All right?
That's the problem.
So
Go ahead.
here's what black people need to do. All right, first thing you need to do is learn your history. That's the first thing. Okay, you need to separate yourself spiritually, mentally, all right, from that which oppresses you, which means this whole idea of integration is a bad idea. Stop. Now, I'm not saying that integration means we should all pack up and go back to Africa. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that black people need to first have a sense of community. You see, every other ethnic group in this country, they all have community, right? Look at the Asians. When they come over here, they work together. They do business amongst themselves. When you go into the black community, you see all these businesses that are set up by other ethnic groups. For instance, the hair care product industry. You see lots and lots of hair care stores, beauty supply stores in the black community that are owned by Asians. Now, these beauty supply shops who are owned by Asians, they do business with other Asians. They don't do business with you. They will sell to you, but they will not do business with you. And that is the reason, one of the reasons why we are failing, because we don't grasp simple concepts. Like, for instance, the concept of the economics of scale. We don't grasp these concepts. Okay, community economics. We don't grasp these concepts. These are things that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. Okay, when we learn how to do business with ourselves, when we do business with ourselves and we generate income amongst ourselves, then we develop some power, some economic power. Once we develop the economic power, then we go and buy us a politician, and then we will develop the political power. So now we can influence some change. We can affect some change in our community. Okay? And then we can start, once we develop this economic power, we develop this political power, now we can start educating our children. Because right now, what do? We allow the oppressor to educate our children. This is integration. Integration means you allow the people who oppress you, the system that oppresses you, to educate your children. What's intelligent about that? No. Intelligence, logic dictates that you would not allow your oppressor to educate your children, but that you should educate your children.
Man, that shit sound good.
Go ahead, Reggie.
No, go ahead, Troy. I was about to say, he's speaking all this shit. Ain't nothing wrong with your kids going to white schools to be educated on shit for the future, because it's white kids sitting in those same goddamn classrooms gaining the same type of knowledge. So, dude,
And he
you
went
have
to
this
a white
hate,
school.
and he went to a white school. Like I said, it took an experience. That's why he can't give me his experiences of dealing with racism and checking it. It didn't come into where he tried to fit in with white folks and they kicked him in his ass, said, hey, you getting a little bit too comfortable around us. Go to your own. And this is where he started picking up wanting to learn his own black shit.
I just found that crazy that he said he's educated. He got that good education from the white school.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Or
fight
maybe-
doctor.
The educated I got from the education I
was
got
go-
from the system, the education that I got from the system was not worth a damn. I did not
Yeah.
become educated until I learned how to educate myself.
Well,
I learned
they
how to
put you in
read-
special
when
ed.
I learned how to read books that mattered, that told the true story. Because the education that I received,
How'd you learn how to read?
I learned how to read.
Now, how'd you find those books?
I went to an all-black elementary school where I learned how to read. So black people
Really?
taught me how to read.
Okay.
Okay.
But you went to high school, but you was
I
going to
learned
a
how to
white
read.
high school,
I learned how
right?
to read at home.
But that
my
white
mother.
high school, that curriculum was what they told you it was going to be.
Now,
You couldn't go in
the
there and say,
education
I learned
received in
this
high
on my
school-
own and
the
passed the test,
education I
right?
received in high school was nonsense. It was nonsensical. Education I received in college was nonsensical. I did not receive a real
What college
education
did you go to?
I went to IIT,
What's that? Where is
Illinois
that?
Institute of Technology.
Is that a HBCU?
The hell no.
Why not? Why you ain't go to it?
IIT is the MIT of the Midwest. That's where I went to school.
Oh, man, get the fuck out of here, dude. You fucking a whitewashed black dude who want to be militant and shit. You want to be Howie P. Newton. But you motherfucking... but you fucking... What's Clayton Braxton? That's what the hell this dude is, man. Get that.
Carlton, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, he like Clayton Braxton when he played in Hoodlum, like struggling to play that
But
gangster
I'm
shit.
the one
like,
who knows who Fela Kuti is. You're the Negro who doesn't even know how to spell the man's name.
Let me.
Called him James Brown, though. I love James Brown. But
Right.
he's not.
Fela Kuti is known as the James Brown of Africa.
Yeah,
Okay,
right. But that's a bad example. James Brown wasn't about to write any legislation over here. Like, that's a terrible example.
Okay, well, fight doctor.
James
Is
Brown
he the
was very
Obama?
influential. James
Yeah,
Brown
but
was
he-
very
he-
influential in the civil
He didn't
rights
sign no
movement.
laws, though. He couldn't sign no laws.
Again, that's part of the problem.
Okay.
So, fight doctor. I just want to jump in real quick, and just because I was listening to your plan, I was being quiet, listening to your plan. You said you have to buy, the power, as far as the politicians go. Then you said you start with history and things like that. Okay, I tell you where that's flawed. Anytime you could buy someone, guess what? Someone else can come right behind you and buy them as well. You have to build it. You can't buy power. You have to build power. Fight doctor. Because if you could just pay someone,
I'm agreeing with
you understand what I'm saying? Okay.
and
Well, calm down
that's-
because I'm not done. I'm not done. Let me finish. Then the second thing you said to start with history. In time, you could teach history. What you have to teach them is why we're building now. Why we're, you have to teach them about the now first, and then tell them how the history actually led you to the now that you are building towards. You don't start with history because no one's going to listen to you, to be very honest with you. You understand me? And I think, Reggie asked you a couple of times about your experiences. You never answered. And Mark asked you, what do you do for a living? And you never answered. So if you wouldn't mind answering those two questions.
So what are my experiences? So when I was in high school, I sat in the back of the class. I went to Auburn High School. I sat in the back of the class. Right?
I know it.
So that was my experience in high school. I sat in the back of the class.
That's it.
Did
you experience racism in high school?
I sat in the back of the class. What do you think that means?
I don't
know.
Like it's the same thing as sitting on the back of the bus.
No, I think he asked your experiences as far as life goes in dealing with some of the things you're talking about, because you always come on and say house nigga this plantation. Okay, take someone like me. Since the age of 12, I've been harassed by police because I fit the description, right? Those are the I can't speak for Reggie, but I think that's what he wants to find out. And again, Mark,
No. He asked, how did he check the racism? Like when he was dealing with it, because he said checking those white folks that's talking to you crazy. Like, what happened at high school when you were sitting in the back of the class? Did you say, fuck this, I ain't sitting in the back of the class. I want to be up front. I can't see, teacher. Shit, I want to learn. Like, how did you deal with the racism? Or did you just sit there and take it?
When I was in high school, I didn't know any better.
Fair enough.
I didn't know any better because my mind was.
You didn't know what to
integrated.
do, or you didn't know you were being
I
treated
was not.
unfairly.
I had not been properly equipped with how you deal with white supremacy, how you deal
What
with
your
the
parents tell
westernized
you?
mind.
Did you talk to your mom
Well,
or your
they,
dad? What
they,
did
they didn't know because they were products of the same westernized mind. So they didn't.
There's no such thing as white. There's no such thing as white supremacy either. Because if you're supreme over someone at the moment, all that means is that they actually were supreme over you before, and you found a way to conquer them. That's all that means. There's no such thing as white supremacy at all. No.
Facts,
I'm
Troy.
agreeing
That's
with
why I
you.
be trying to tell people all the time.
I'm agreeing with you. The idea of white supremacy is foolishness. It doesn't make any sense. It does not exist.
So stop
However,
using the word.
The problem is that some Negroes, like you, sir, buy into the idea of white supremacy. So in your mind, it exists. Now, me, I understand that white supremacy does not exist. And more importantly, I understand why it does not exist. Something that a topic on which you are thoroughly clueless, because you know nothing about your history. All you know is what your oppressor has told you. That's the reason why you speak the oppressor's language, know nothing about your own. You comprehend the oppressor's history, know nothing about your own. You practice the oppressor's religion, know nothing about
What's
your
your
own.
language? What's your other language you speak? I'm sorry, Fight Dot. I had to ask.
And the tribe you come from.
I speak English.
No, I'm saying, but what's
He's
the other
Malibuism.
No, the other language. When you said, "Cause we speak those," we both speak English, but that's the oppressor's language. What's the other language you speak?
So I'm actually
Malibuish English.
So I actually
I thought that was a legit question. Go ahead, sir.
I comprehend a little Hebrew. I comprehend a little Medunetter. All right. I comprehend a little Yoruba.
Can you say anything to it in any of these languages? Like,
I give you an example.
So, like, what you're watching Breaking Beats with marqnash.
So now there is a ruler of the Nile Valley, and his throne name was Usama'atra Setepenra Neptui Sare. That was his name.
Yeah, but that's a name though. That's like a sin.
Oh, that was his title.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Fight Doctor. Do you understand how that comes across? When you say we speak the oppressor's language, but you don't know any of these languages.
I told you I comprehend some Hebrew, I comprehend some Medunetter, I comprehend some Yoruba. I didn't say I was fluent, but I do comprehend these languages.
So you're not fluent in
they work.
But you are fluent in the oppressor's language, though.
Yes,
English.
I'm fluent in English. Yes, I am.
The oppressor's language.
That's right.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
And what's your tribe? No, you don't. And what's your tribe? Because you constantly say that you don't know your own people. So you know what tribe? Like for me, I'm actually Yoruba. I found that out. I'm actually Yoruba. I don't know how to speak the language, but I am Yoruba, right?
So most of the Africans who were kidnapped from the continent and brought to the New World most of them came from that Nigeria area. So most of us would be Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. But then, we actually come from all over the continent. But most of us came from that area around Nigeria. So in that area, in that region, you have the Ga, you have the Yoruba, the Igbo. Those are some of the people who would have come out of that area.
Do you have any plans on moving back to Africa? Because you talk a lot about Africa. Do you have any plans on moving back over there?
I've given it some thought.
How old are you, Fight Doctor? How old are you, Fight Doctor?
I'll be 50 in a few months.
Do you have anything tying you here, like little children or something, or
kids, grandparents, parents?
You ever thought about taking them with you, or just taking,
I doubt that they would want. I would doubt that they would want to come.
Fair enough. Hey, when you was in the school and you said you was experiencing racism, did they? Was it like just you had to sit there, or was it they were actually calling you names and things like that? Like,
so there are many different ways that racism is expressed.
Yeah, I was curious about that specifically, though. Was it specific?
It's not just when white people call you nigger. Okay, that ain't.
Fight Doctor. Listen to me. You're not teaching me nothing new. I just wanted to know specifically about that. Did they call you names? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But see, here's the problem. See, racism is practiced in many. It has many different forms. There's
Absolutely.
overt racism, then there's covert racism.
Absolutely,
Right?
I understand completely,
And the
sir.
problem is that most of us don't recognize it because we've been integrated.
But
But fight
sometimes
doc,
it may not even be there, fight doctor.
Okay, all right, I'm agreeing. Everything
but,
isn't racist.
but fight doc, the reason why I asked you specifically about the name calling, because often I've been quiet tonight. Some of the reason I just wanted brothers to work it out, and they have the debate and like to give people an opportunity to speak. But sometimes I'm one of those guys. I'll sit back and see what happens and how far is this gonna go. You did a lot of name calling tonight, like you took the conversation somewhere else. And for you to be, I believe you're the oldest person on the panel. I'm truly disappointed, to say the least, that you took that road. That keep like pointing and poking the jabs. It's one thing for you and Reggie to have a different point of opinion, but you have been like a antagonist throughout the whole conversation, and it hasn't painted you in the best light when certain information was presented towards you. It's just it's not gonna look good on the playback.
It
Just
was a
giving you fair
checkmate.
warning. Fair warning.
Okay,
It was
so
It was quite embarrassing that
so
that you
Mr.
took that.
Owens wants to live on Fantasy Island. That's fine. If you wish to live on Fantasy Island, continue, please. It just
I
needs more money.
FBI
Plan, the
profiled you.
plan.
I got you like an FBI profiler, man. I knew everything about you as soon as you hopped on and spoke.
How can you know everything about me? You don't know everything about yourself. I mean,
I'm
I'm
the
the one who had to tell
FBI,
you.
brother.
I'm the one who had to tell you how to spell Fela Kuti, who
That-
you
that-
didn't even
which
know who
is
the man
James
was
Brown.
before I told you who he was.
Technically, which is the equivalent to James Brown.
No.
And you know, it's a funny thing. I listened to Fela Kuti's music. I didn't know who he was because he's from Africa, but I listened to his music, and even to this point of knowing who his name is now, he really serves no purpose. But for me to say,
And well,
oh,
if he
he made
serves no
some good
purpose, then why do you
music.
listen to his music? If
He
he
makes
serves no
because
purpose, then why do you listen to his music?
listen, because I
It's
like live
revolutionary.
presentation. I like live presentation of music, and it was a live presentation of music. That was it.
Is he out there marching for justice? Like, is he getting laws signed? Like, he feeding people? Like, what is he doing?
He
Like,
was
I
doing
don't
more
know.
of like what you
I
seen.
would invite you.
Remember when Bob Marley united the two factions over in Jamaica? He was doing that kind of stuff, and even that thing over in Jamaica was ignorant that these Jamaicans over there been split by two white leaders of the country, and that's basically all Fela Kuti was doing.
Fair enough.
How can you even know what Fela Kuti was doing? You didn't even know his name before 2 seconds ago.
But I know who he is, and I remember the
again,
story.
and I'm the one that's in
So
checkmate.
stop.
And again, I'm the one that's in checkmate. But you talking about what Fela Kuti was doing some 40, 50 years ago, but you didn't know his name until 2 seconds ago. Negro,
I knew who he was. What are you talking
well,
about? I just didn't know his name.
How can you know
But
who
when
he
you
was?
start
if you know his
describing
name?
him, listen,
How
when you
can
start
know his-
describing
how
him,
can you
then
know
I was
who he
like,
was? How can you know who he was when you did not even know his name? Negro,
that's why I
please.
asked you to spell his name, because the more you got to
Negro,
talking about him, I was like, I know who this guy is, and he
No, you
happened
did
to
not
be
know who
who
he
I.
was.
Yes,
No, you
I
did not know
did,
who he
dude.
was.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
look,
Because
we
as soon as
have
I
it-
told you to spell
we
his
have it on
name,
tape. We
I
have it
was
on
like,
tape.
rewind it, because
How
I'm
could
like,
you-
I know who this
how
guy
could you
is.
know who he? How could you know who he is? You didn't even know who he was.
I don't know people's names. There's just like
Exactly.
there's movies.
Right.
There's movies
You
I
don't know
have
people's
watched.
names
I
because
may
you
not
don't
know
know
the
who the
name of the
people are.
movies.
That's
Like,
the reason why
stop
you
it,
don't know
dude.
people's names because you don't know who they are. You did not know who Fela Kuti
I
was.
did.
told
Martin
you who he
Nash.
was.
Martin Nash didn't know. But if you play the song, a certain song, I might be like, oh, I know the record. Sometimes it's like that with me with music. I might not know the person's name, but I know the
That's
song
typical. But that's typical of the slave mentality.
because
okay?
I don't have it.
You can
I don't have
you
because
can
I
know
don't
everything-
remember.
You can know everything about your oppressor. You can know all about his history. You can know all about his heroes. You can know all about his historical figures. All right. You can know all about his language. You can know all about his religion. But anything having to do with what you were doing before you were brought over here, you're clueless.
How many
Come
Beatle
on,
albums you
plantation.
on? How many Beatle albums you on?
That's funny.
Hey,
Because it's serious.
That's
How many
funny.
Beatle albums you on? What kind of music you listen to back in the day? Like, stop it, man.
I'm really curious about his. What's your religion like? When you said we do the slave, the press, but that's one of the worst crimes that was done though. Fight Doctor, they stripped you of your language, they stripped you of your history and things of that nature. I get it. In 2021, you can go out there and try to find it, But you don't. It's often a disconnection with the people here from the continent, and they trying to build up their own. Some would say how many 400 or 500 years behind. White folks even tell you that. But at the end of the day, how do we find that? And what is your religion, and how did you find that? Your original religion and all of that.
I have no religion.
Oh, so is that worse than having, having no faith and no belief system?
What I have
is worse than dealing with the oppressors.
What I have is spirituality. Now,
so you do have some moral compass, right?
Of course.
Do you have a higher power that you lean to and you get on your knees and you seek guidance from?
That's religion. I have no religion.
Okay.
I have no religion. All right. That's religion. And I don't think in those terms because that's the westernized. See, religion is a Western concept. Okay. And like I said, Western civilization is built upon a foundation of ignorance. It's not what I say. That's what Fela Kuti, the music who you claim to listen to, that's what he says.
I ain't say I claim to listen to it.
I'm talking to Mr. Owens, who's still on the plantation.
Okay, we'll fight Doctor, right? I actually just listened to his music, man, and I saved it. I'm going to listen to it later on. It's good stuff. But I just want to jump in about something you just answered a question for Mark. You said that you don't believe in a higher power, but you're spiritual.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe in higher power. I said all these things he's talking
You got to
about.
get closer to your phone or whatever because you sound low.
No, I said I didn't answer the question regarding a higher power. All right, because Mark was going into some things that define religion or that are symptoms of religion, and religion is a Western.
But you said you're spiritual, right?
I'm spiritual.
So do you do spirit rituals? Because that's what spiritual is. So what are your spirit rituals that you do?
No, when you're spirit, you don't need spirit. No, again, the spirit ritual, that's religion. That's a Western concept. Okay?
What is the? I'll look it up.
That is a Western concept, and spiritual does not mean spirit ritual. No.
No, but what do you do with your spirit? How do you express your spirituality? How about that?
Well, so
it sounds like you just go day to day and just say, man,
there are very simple concepts. Like for instance, the concept of ma'at. That's one.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The concept of ma'at.
Which is what?
The concept of truth, justice, righteousness, order. Ma'at.
How I spell that?
M-A''A'-T.
M-A''A'.
I would suggest you look it up.
Looking it up right now, boss. Go ahead.
It is a very simple concept that at the same time is very complex. But
this was a goddess of truth. This was a goddess of truth, justice, balance, and most importantly, order. Is this true? Is this what you mean, the Maya?
So it is a concept. Now,
no. This is a goddess. When that's the first thing to pop up.
Hold on a second. Wait, wait a minute. Now,
ancient Egypt, though, right? Egyptian goddess.
Hold on. Let me explain. All right. Now, let me give you the 411. Now, again, Western civilization is built upon a foundation of ignorance. Now, the Western civilized mind sees things from without and wants to put it inside of a box so that it will fit within the Western framework. Ma'at is one of these things. All right. Ma'at is a principle, a concept. It is not a goddess.
Well, you told me to look it up. And when I look it up, it says Ma'at was the goddess of truth, justice, and balance, and most importantly, order. Ma'at was often considered to be the daughter of Ra and was married to, Thoth, god of wisdom. However, Ma'at was more than just a goddess to the ancient Egyptians. She represented the crucial concept of how the universe was maintained.
Okay, now, what is the source of that information? Where'd you get that from?
As soon as I typed in Google, I typed in Ma'at definition.
And where's the definition come from?
It just says Ma'at definition. This is
okay. So
let me see. It's the first thing to pop up. I didn't even click on nothing. I just let the first Bible.
So the source of this information is coming from someone who fails to comprehend the civilization.
I go right here. Okay, here we go. World History Encyclopedia.
Okay, the World History Encyclopedia. Whoever wrote that, all right.
Same thing. Let me go to another one.
It comes from a source that fails to comprehend the civilization that produced Ma'at. If you wish to understand Ma'at, then you need to go back to the source, which is the civilization that produced Ma'at.
Egyptian culture?
There is no such thing as Egypt.
Okay.
Egypt does not exist.
Okay.
There's never been a place.
You
in
know,
history called
you can
Egypt.
fly. Yeah, but right now in 2021, they call it Egypt
Yes.
now, right?
All right. So that word Egypt is a Greek word.
Right. But that's what the passport says.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right.
Those are
So,
semantics.
all right. So see, I'm
I don't
breaking
want
it
to
down
go
for
too
you,
far
right?
be from
All right,
this.
but see,
My
we need
yacht
to,
definition
but we need to have
everywhere
a
is
proper
saying.
understanding.
I'm
right?
just telling you, the first
Okay,
10,
but
15 things.
we
it
need to
don't.
have a proper understanding. Now, Egypt is a Greek word.
You told me
Where
to
is
look it
Egypt?
up. I'm telling you what came up when I looked it up,
Okay,
and you seem like
but
you
Egypt
mad.
is a Greek word. Where's Greece?
I'm not good in geography. You tell me, man. I'm telling you
Greece,
because last time you
Greece
told
is
me
in
to look up
Southern
something,
Europe.
I Googled it. You telling
Yeah.
me Google is wrong on
Greece
all of
is
these
in Southern Europe.
definitions.
Greece is in Southern Europe. So you are using a Greek word
This dude
to
crazy,
refer
man.
to a
Killing me, bro.
landmass that's on the African continent. Does that make any sense?
Hell no. I'm just asking. I already told you don't make no
There
sense.
is no such place as Egypt. It does not exist.
You're moving the goalposts, my brother. You asked me to Google it. I Google it. I'm telling you what it said. You're telling me it's wrong. Then you said first we got to understand the culture where the word come from. But I'm telling you what everything says. This is an Egyptian goddess of truth, justice, and honor. They changed the wording around, and it's the same everywhere. Everybody in the chat, do your own Googles. MA''AT. You're not.
Once again, you accept everything that your oppressor tells you.
No, you
and
told me to look it up.
So
You just said it.
where are the
did tell-
pyramids then? Since there's no Egypt, I'm curious.
Hold
Where are
up,
the pyramids?
stop. Hold on. What?
Yes, I know where the
Where was
pyramids
I
are.
gonna look it up at? Then fight doctor, if not Google. Since I'm
Go
using
back,
the
go back
oppressor
to the
stuff.
source.
No, but how would I look it up right
Your
now? I
ancestors
gotta
left-
fly to.
your
I gotta fly to an
ancestors-
Egypt that don't
no,
exist.
you don't have to do that.
Where do I look it up at?
Your ancestors left plenty of literature.
I'm asking
where
you
they
right now. I
explained-
don't know what my
where
ancestors
they
at.
explained
This guy right
in
here.
their own words.
This guy can't
what
answer
they were trying
questions
to
straight
communicate.
up, man. That shit is
Okay.
annoying, fight doctor. Like you talk in circles and loops. You do not talk to people open and direct. You do not answer questions openly and direct, which is like draining. It's entertaining to a degree, but then it starts getting draining. Like this guy's asking you an open, direct question. I Google something. You tell me to Google it. You don't like the answer. Now
I didn't tell you to Google
I promise you
anything.
said, do you know who
But
that
I
is?
didn't tell you
Well,
to
I guess
Google
you. I just
anything.
well, you say I guess you look it up or something. Where else would I look it up at right now, fight doctor?
Go back to the source.
Which is what? Because all the sources are you the source that I'm going to right now. You can't tell me.
So in this place that you
This shit
refer
is
to as
crazy.
Egypt, they have tablets and they have writings carved in stone where they explain everything that you need to know. Start there.
Where would you find those tablets, fight doctor?
They're in Kim, ancient Kim.
So I gotta go there. I can't use the Google for that to read
No,
it
they've
and
got
see
pictures.
on Google. Can I use that?
They got pictures wherever you can find the pictures. Okay.
I'm saying, but can I use Google? Because that's where
Yes,
I'm gonna get
yes,
it from.
you can use- yes,
Because
you can
that's
use
the
Google.
oppressor shit that I just used for the definitions.
You can use Google.
All right, well,
Let's get back
gentlemen.
to boxing. God,
Yeah,
this is-
gentlemen, it is.
We gotta use the oppressor's platform to
Yeah.
find this shit.
I got. All I know is that it's been a pleasure. Fight
Has it?
doctor. Yeah, fight doctor. You need to stop sitting in the back of the class. Move up to the front of the class. Hey, y'all have a good night. I gotta get some damn sleep. I'm tired.
Shout out to Troy Graham.
Absolutely. Fight doctor, I give you the let you speak, and I give Reggie Owens the last word.
I've said everything I need to say. Okay, it's simple arithmetic. Okay, simple arithmetic. Integration, bad idea. What you need to do is go back to your source, have understanding of where you come from, your place in the world, understand your history. Okay, and then you can meet the oppressor on equal terms. But how you gonna integrate when you don't even you integrate with something that is set up to destroy you? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. It's not intelligence. It's not thinking. Okay, Western civilization wasn't set up for you to succeed. No, it was set up to oppress you, which is what it's been doing for the last 500 years. And you want to integrate with that? Nonsense.
You went to a white school, then a white college, and you make a lot of money, fight doctor. You are successful. You live in the American dream. So this is befuddling to me that when you say these things, I'm like, nigga, you went to the whitest of the whites and got the best of the best, and now your job is one of the best jobs. You're doing so good that you can work a job and own a company. That's how successful you are in this white oppression. So it kind of, yeah, man. I'm sorry. But Ray Jones, you got the last word.
Man, Fight Doctor is just who I said he was. You were just who I said you was. And it's common, like I said, these people, black folks who didn't try to mingle, rub shoulders, been integrated into white systems, and they get a point in life when they think they've been accepted in those societies and they get rejected, maybe passed up on one promotion. That now, like, let me go read up on my own people. I'm tired of this European shit because you know so much about Europeans. You probably know about Queen Elizabeth, all that shit, the dynasties over there. You know all the Beatles records and Leonard Skinner and all that shit. And now you want to become into terms of blackness, and you probably did this shit in your mid-30s during these, what do they call, midlife crisis points in life. Like you was everything I said you was, and you proved it. This is easy profiling of individuals who like to talk. All this integration has been the worst thing for us. When I hear people talk like that, I know exactly where they get this shit from. And it's just regurgitated bullshit they never thought of. But that's all I got. And it's time for black folks to start thinking, to start moving forward and learning this advanced shit taking place in this current Western age, which dominates the damn globe. So regardless if you want to paint a white picture on it, you can put your black face on it. Knowledge is knowledge. That's all I got.
Absolutely. Well, as always, my guests will get the last word. I got a Cash App. Let me see. Who is this from? Sorry, it's slow. Terry St. John, thank you so much for the $10 Cash App. Where's the drop at for the $10 Cash App? Where are you at? Boom, here you go. Thank you so much.
A 10, a 10, a 10, a fucking 10.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your energy. Remember, dreams require sleep. Goals require effort. Go out there and get your goals. I'm about to get some sleep. I see y'all. I think my guy Kyle at the boxing session is cooking right now. So go check him out. Let him know Mark Nash sent you from the neighborhood. I see y'all tomorrow. We're late on today at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. I will see y'all at 10 p.m. Remember, dreams require sleep. I already said that, right? Yeah. Look, y'all, this is a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. Long as we keep it right here on this Wi-Fi, you know what I'm saying? It always can be worked out. I love y'all. I see y'all in a couple hours, 10 p.m. tonight. Peace.
This that